Let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Welcome to the Knights of Last Call. My name is Derek Melenda, and we are back tonight with another Patreon Gold Ticket requested first look. And I got to admit, this is one that I myself have been interested in for since it's been kind of floating around the interwebs. And today is going to be a first look about Vagabond, Pulp Fantasy role-playing game. Vagabond, I don't believe it is physically shipped yet, but it did have a successful Kickstarter last year. The digital file is available. You can get it through the company Land of the Blind website, or you can get it through DriveThruRPG. And we have a ticket, or we have an affiliate link below if you want to go ahead over there and it is. Wes conforms. It is in print. It's a second print. There we go. So the physical print is out. It's just no longer available. That's what I'm hearing. It's out of print, or rather, it ran out. So they have to do a second printing. Okay. Thank you, Wes. But anyways, welcome everyone. So for those of you who don't know what a first look is where I take a look at a new RPG. Could be an old RPG, but it's new to me. It may be a game that I know about, or maybe a game that I have some information about, but it's not a game that I've ever really sat down with the book and gone through. And despite the fact that I have many hundreds of RPGs, you know, there are still so many RPGs out there that I have not played. There are still so many RPGs out there that I would like to play. And of course, there are brand new RPGs coming out all the time. So it's basically impossible to stay up to date with that. So there's always new first looks to take a look at. And of course, thank you to the patrons who support this channel. And thank you to you for coming in here and viewing this, whether it's on the live stream or on the VOD. I really appreciate your viewership. As always, this channel tends to cover things that may not be covered by the mainstream RPG media, and certainly not at the level or the depth that we tend to go to here on Knights of Last Call. So I really, really appreciate you supporting this channel. If you want to support First Looks, you can do so by super chatting or tipping. Just like Edward just did right there. Thank you, Edward, for kicking us off.
Edward tipped $15. Thanks for all you do, Derek. I always appreciate the first looks. I'm looking forward to you and Evan chatting on stream again soon.
Well, thank you, Edward. And Edward has, yeah, you timed that perfectly, my friend. Thank you so much for that. And by the way, you can see that today, at least for the next week, the first look, the Stip Fund, I'm not going to lie to you. StarCraft miniature game pre-orders started today, and I'd like to buy it. And old Derek, you know, employed Derek, would have snapped it up like without even thinking. Hell, old Derek probably would have bought 2x of everything. New Derek has to be a little bit more mindful of his purchases. But to say that I'm excited would be an understatement, and I would really, really love to avail myself of some of the pre-order special orders that they have, and I really would appreciate your support. So if you do want to support me or the channel, you can go ahead and support me through our Patreon, through super chats, through tips, and all that other stuff. You know, we have a bunch of different routes, which is really, really great. So thank you to everybody in advance. Again, I'm not going to lie to you and say that this is for some sort of awesome, cool, super channel thing. It's for me to buy toys. Steam driven. Well, the best deals from their pre-orders are on the army packages. So the core set is Zerg and Terran. I mean, if I'm going to be completely honest with you, I would love to be able to pick up at least 1,000 points of Terran, Zerg, and Protoss, just so I have all three. I was a Terran player, though, predominantly back in the Brood War and SC2 days. So thank you for that. And as for what Edward was saying earlier about it'd be great to see Derek with Evan on Nimble again. Obviously, Evan has a lot of stuff on his plate right now. I actually am having a conversation with Evan soon. I don't think that conversation is planned to. I think it's just more of a private discussion. Which isn't to say that Evan, I'm sure, would love to come back on the show at some point. But he's been so busy with his own streams, and now he's doing some stuff with Roll for Combat. I think he's going to be on their channel tomorrow. So yeah, he's a busy guy. Hey, look at that! Your reward for missing the gym is you're forced to watch a first look. So that'll get you better and get you back into the gym. Nice. Yeah, Toss looked really great. I got a chance to play StarCraft miniature game at Gamma last week. I got to play the Terrans against the Zerg, and it was a lot of fun. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. So welcome, everybody. Love to see it. Mark says, Derek must hate his channel statistics. You know what, honestly, Mark, if I looked at my channel statistics and cared about them, it would be a very, very different channel indeed. In fact, Mark, I wonder if my channel was very different, would you even be here? So, great question, huh? Hey, Cole, glad to see you. I haven't seen you in a while, but yeah, first time forever. Seems like it. Good to see you back. So we are going to go ahead and get started here in a minute. Before we do that, we'll talk about what first looks are. Yeah, no, it's going to be really exciting. I got to see Evan and Steven, talking shop, all Gamma long, or most of Gamma long. So should be pretty good. I actually don't know if I'm on tomorrow. I'm totally fine not being on there, but yeah. I don't know how to pronounce that. Is that the 201D? I'm just going to call you the 201D. It says, I'm here for Dagger Hype, but I guess it's Dagger Hope now. Yeah, 201D. So again, I can't say anything. I can say that I was told things and shown things. I was told things and shown things from the folks at Darrington Press, from Spencer Stark, from the powers that be over there. And I got to say, Dagger Hope, as you put it, looks really great. I got to flip through Hope and Fear, and it was a really great book. It's as thick, if not thicker, maybe, I don't know, as the core book, but it has no rules, right? So it's just chock full of adversaries, environments, obviously the 4 new classes, the new ancestries that we've seen through the beta test, but a ton of new adversaries, a ton of new environments, and a lot of time with some pretty, what I'll call, chonky campaign frames. Obviously, they've been sort of previewed, but to get a chance to look through, obviously I didn't get a chance to sit down and literally take 5 hours and go through everything, but it looks really, really great. And obviously, Darrington Press, I think people forget this, which I think is really important. I've had the opportunity to really get to know them over the last year. After I, really embraced Daggerheart, and I still think that game, again, I make no lie or no secret about it. I was disappointed when Critical Role went with D&D, for sure. I think I understand why they did it, blah, da, 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 but I still think it was a mistake. And, it kind of squashed some stuff. And then I've said that before. So that was from a corporate perspective. That wasn't a Darrington Press decision. That was the Critical Role decision. Secondly, I've said before, I've struggled a little bit with the way that the community has embraced Daggerheart has not necessarily been. And again, I actually talked with Spencer Stark with this at length about how I struggle. I don't want to pee on anybody's. I don't want to pee on anybody's. Pee on anybody's parade. I think it's rain on people's parade, but I don't want to, I don't want to be a yucker of people's yum. But I do see people struggling, and I'm just trying. It's been a year, almost a year, and I still don't really quite know how to reach people and get them to figure it out. And I see this all the time. I see people struggling, even in my Discord, with what is the role of Daggerheart. And I think it's because we want these games to be, these narrative storytelling games where the rules barely exist or don't even matter, or we want these games to be these hyper gamist. The rules are the only thing that matter. And so when a game like Daggerheart comes in and sort of meets in the middle, I think people, they struggle with that. They struggle with that. Pee in the Cheerios is probably what I was going for. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Tund? Great to see you. Hey, for those of you who don't know, I think Tundalus is going live in 2 days, right? I think, right? Is that right, Tundalus? I think you're doing a live stream. I just won't stream. You can't piss on hospitality. I won't allow it. I'm gonna tighten my belt 2 more notches to take away the hunger pangs. Okay. What a great movie. There you go. See, Thursday. See, I pay attention. Don't worry. I'll make sure I don't stream. Anyways. So I can't remember what I was going with. Somebody was saying something about Dagger Hype, which is to say I'm excited for it. I can't really talk about it because, sworn to secrecy, but it looks like it's really good stuff. FL4G, thank you for the $10 super chat, supporting First Looks. Are you going to back 7th Sea 3rd edition? Also, your channel is unique, and that's why we're all here. FL4G, it's time for a moment of honesty and confession. No. And it's not because I don't think the game is interesting. I do think the game is interesting. Admittedly, swashbuckling stuff isn't really my bag. I own 7th Sea 2nd edition, but I don't really love like the I guess 7th Sea has magical elements to it, but there's something about Thea that is a little too on the nose about to being like real. It's like, oh, this is very clearly fantasy France, and this is very clearly fantasy Italy, that I find a little off-putting. That being said, the real answer is, money's tight, and I can't just kickstart. I just can't back everything that I used to back. One of the reasons that I've been trying to go to these conventions and try to network with people is, to be quite frank, I would like to. I don't necessarily have to be sponsored, but I would like to be able to create more relationships with publishers who are willing to send me stuff for free. I mean, I don't know exactly what my numbers are, but I have to believe I have a very outsized impact for the cost for these companies, which is typically $0, as in I don't charge them anything, and I hype up their games. And it's not a 5-minute spot on a short, it's not a 20-second short. I don't even know what my number is, but I believe I have probably generated, tens of thousands of sales of RPGs over the course of the years. So for the one thing, again, given that I'm in a financial situation where this is my job, I probably should figure out a way to charge for that. But at the very least, I would like to develop a relationship where they're willing to send me stuff. And to be fair, there are companies that do. So shout out to Exalted Funeral, shout out to Free League, right? Shout out to Pellegrine Press. These are all companies who have, agreed to work with us and send us stuff for free. And that's why we were able to do the, Land of Eam. It's why we were able to do Dolmenwood. It's why we're able to do all the Free League games. And that's because, those folks, say, hey, like, you're small but mighty, I think is the term that someone once used to describe our channel. And that's one of the reasons why I'm not backing it. So, what else is on the First Look schedule? So this will be the last thing we talk about before we transfer in. The next game is going to be Temeraire, which I believe is by Magpie, and it's a fantasy Napoleonic French game. So, yeah.
Mark T tipped $15. Starfinder was an amazing game. This is something I can fully support. I just like teasing you, Derek. Never change.
Oh, Mark, I know. You would have given up a long time ago if you actually felt that way, because you would have been like, oh my God, this guy's an idiot and a loser. And I don't know that you would be wrong. Yeah, Temeraire is getting a TTRPG tea leaves. So, yeah. So again, I'm not familiar with the game or the world, but Magpie makes great games, so I'm excited to take a look at it, and it is up there. Garblag Games says, "You sure helped me out." Well, Garblag, I'm happy to do it. Happy to do it, especially for smaller companies. Like yeah, if I get an extra couple hundred sales to Free League, I mean that's a drop in the bucket, right? But if I get an extra couple hundred sales to a small independent publisher, I mean that might be an entire month's worth of sales for some people, and I love being able to create and give and grant that exposure. So thank you, Edward, for reminding people that you can support us on Twitch with your Prime subs. Appreciate you that. Tundle is confirming that his sales got the Derek bump. There you go. So we love to see it. All right, folks. So we're going to go ahead and get into Vagabond, Pulp Fantasy role-playing game. Now, this is a first look, which it means that I am not reviewing this game. I have not played this game. Even if I did play this game, I wouldn't call it a review because I think you need to play games many times in order to really understand it. Instead, it is a first look. And thus, we will be applying the big 3 questions from Jared Sorensen, plus the 2 KOLC meme questions that we like to add. So the first question is, what is this game about? In a world where we are swimming with RPGs, what makes this game stand out? What is it trying to do? What is it trying to do differently? How is it trying, is there a unique hook or angle that this game is bringing? Or is it just another generic fantasy heartbreaker? Now, that doesn't mean that a generic fantasy heartbreaker can't be a great game. It simply means that, in my opinion, in these days, I think having a game with a specific tight focus can be very advantageous to you. Second, how does the game do that? In other words, do the mechanics of the game structure and support the game's intended purpose? If we have a game that's about intense tactical combat and then you don't have any tactical combat rules, there's a little bit of a mismatch. If the game says it's about cinematic fantasy and there's nothing cinematic about it, we've missed the mark. And then lastly, this is something I think is important, is how does the game reward you? It is a game. I know some people like to think otherwise, but it is a game. And one of the aspects of games is that they are intended to provide some sort of reward or progression structure. In other words, what gets rewarded gets repeated. And so I like it when those 3 aspects of the game are all in a synchronous, harmonious cycle. The game is about something. It has a theme. It has an idea. It has a core concept that let's call it what it is. It sets it apart from D&D, right? The question should always be, not for us. We buy everything anyways, right? You buy everything. I buy it. Well, I don't buy everything anymore because I'm broke, but you buy everything. I buy everything. But for most people out there, they are just playing D&D, and that's okay. But why would I play your game over D&D? Right? There has to be some sort of thing that makes us want to do that. And then once you've established that, does the game that you built actually support this? Okay. So, again, this is not me picking on any particular game whatsoever. But if your game is like, fast, frenetic combat, and then you have a dice resolution mechanic, which is great, which is amazing, but it involves like rolling building a dice pool and then rolling the dice pool and then sort of making some decisions about the dice pool and allocating some of the dice to an offense and allocating some of the other dice to damage and allocating some of the other dice to like offensive powers and then resolving the dice. And then the opponent makes like an opposed dice rolls to cancel out, to gobble up your dice or something. That all sounds like a really interesting mechanic to me, to be honest with you. I think that sounds great. I don't know that that's fast and frenetic. So while the mechanic may be awesome, it may not fit the tone of the game. And then lastly, if you do the thing that the game wants you to do, do you get rewarded? And the classic example of this is original D&D. Original D&D was a game that was like, look, you are a grim adventurer, a treasure hunter, and you are going out into these dangerous locations to get rich, to get wealthy, right? The classic kind of Conanian sword and sorcery appeal. And, you might be there to do good. You might be there to save the day. You might be there for glory. But at the end of the day, you are there for lucre, right? Filthy, filthy gold. And so the game says, cool, that's how we're going to reward you. We're going to give you experience points for getting gold. Because that's the thing that you already want to do. So the reward patterns of a game are really important. So we're going to look at those three. And then the last two questions, which have emerged because of the awesomeness of our community, is how well does this game mega game, which is to say, how well would the mechanics expand if we were to sort of Western Marchicize this and create a 50-plus player with numerous GMs in a sort of communal gaming space? For things, everything from scaling to progression, all this other stuff. And then the newest question, which came after reviewing Heroic Deeds from Garbli Games, is does it deed? Which is, can we remove most of the game's progression systems and replace them with Heroic Deeds? And does that make the game better? And since it does make the game better, how easy will it be to do that? Needless to say, around here, there are several games that we are really big fans of: Trespasser, Heroic Deeds, Tactiquest. These are really big games that have some really notable mechanics that really stand out as being very, I think, impactful to the way that at least I view role-playing games, but also I think a lot of the people in our community. So yes, the new thing is, does it deed? Indeed. Exactly. So. Any case, are there any games that design towards the idea of mega games? No, not that we are aware of, although it has been discussed many, many times about how, we need to eventually just design a game that basically does that. And thank you so much for that super chat there, 15 Insight. Always down for more first looks. Your perspectives are always insightful. Well, I appreciate you, 15 Insight. Thank you so much for that very generous support. And again, it's not just about my insight. It's about the conversation. It's about us going back and forth. I'm learning with you. I've learned as much from you all as you all have learned from me. So it's been a journey for me as well. I really appreciate you, and thank you for that very generous super chat. Look at that. First looks being supported all to hell. Really appreciate you. Kato Flex, thank you for 10 months subscription, 10-month streak. Appreciate you with the Prime sub. Does it deed? Indeed. Exactly. So, and I'm looking forward to more. We've got several published indie designers in our Patreon Discord, and we've got people working on their games. And I think it's going to be really exciting. Hopefully together everyone can come out with some real bangers. All right. So Vagabond, Pulp Fantasy role-playing game. This is from Taryn Indestructible Pounds. You may have seen him or know about him on the internet. I had the chance to meet this gentleman at PAX Unplugged last fall. Very nice, very generous, very sweet, and hopefully he's made a kick-ass game. Right off the rip, the art style is good, but not for me. Which is to say, there's something about this art style that is, it just misses me a little bit. It's not bad. It has a unique style, a flavor. It's definitely doing something. I do like the fonting here. Is that a word? Fonting. I do like the fonting, but I do not necessarily love this art. Just adjusting that a little bit. There we go. Okay. Meanwhile, level 2 Jan. See, this is why art is so great, because level 2 says, I really love this game's art style, at least for the title screen. Feels like the kind of thing I want to work for. And Halixar says, I fuck with this heavily. It's got a lot of impact. So that's great. And again, I'm not saying that this is a bad piece of art. Sometimes if it's bad art, I'll tell you if it's bad art. It's just not 100% my style, for sure. All right. Well, right off the bat, this gives me great hope for this. By the way, this game is called Pulp Fantasy role-playing game. And yes, it is very Samurai Jack-like, and I don't like that style. So that is, I wouldn't have thought of that, but that's correct, and I don't like that style of art, for sure. There's sort of there's a lot of Cartoon Network, Adult Swim art styles that I do not like. In fact, I would say the majority of them I did not like, but that's just a me thing, But right off the bat, so when I see Pulp Fantasy role-playing game, what I'm quickly, immediately envisioning is fast, furious, frenetic, family, faith. No, I'm imagining something, right? Very sword and sorceries, very Conan the Barbarian-esque, right? It's larger than life heroes. They're not superheroes. They're not gods, but they are, they are they're larger than life, right? With mighty appetites, right? And they're jeweled. Their sandals will grind the jeweled thrones of the earth into dust. Thank you, Tasty Trekkie, for your sponsorship. Really appreciate you there. Very nice of you to do that. Did I close my thing? No. That is 4 months for Tasty Trekkie. Appreciate you there. Is this the fella with the eye patch? Not asking how he got it. That's just what stuck in my skull. It is the fella with the eye patch, and Taryn has been very open about that. He had a firework accident, so that is how he lost his eye. And he's he's got a disability, and he definitely has managed to create not just to live with it, but to kind of create a brand around it. And props to him for doing that. But yeah, he's been very upfront about that on his channel. All right, so we're off the bat. We've got on the first page, basically in the inside cover, we have the rules of the game. So this is already a great sign that this is going to be a pulpy game. So it is a D20 game. Okay. It's got DCs. If you roll a nat 20, it's a crit. If you roll equal to or above, it's a pass. And if you roll below, it is a failure. Okay. If you crit, you get a luck, which you can forego for a benefit based on the check. Okay. Depends what kind of check we are going to have. So if we're making an attack or a cast check, again, this is I have certain feelings about spell casting checks. Deal damage to the target equal to the stat, or use the crit benefit listed in the spell. Okay. Or if you're saving, you aren't affected by what provoked the save, and you can use an action. All right. So that's what happens on a crit. Or you can gain a luck. Then we have favoring and hindering, which this is they don't stack. They cancel each other out 1 for 1. This is a little bit like advantage or disadvantage, but it's more like Shadow of the Demon Lord. For anybody who played Shadow of the Demon Lord, that used boons and banes, but they were a bonus D6s. Although I really do like Shadow of the Demon Lord, Shadow of the Weird Wizard, how they use the you can get advantage or favored multiple times, but you roll this pool of D6, but you only use the highest value of the D6. In fact, I liked it so much when I made my 5th edition hack Dungeon Time Extreme, that is the rule that I used. Combat. Oh, really? It really is like the whole rules of the game right here. Combat begins when a being physically harms another. Time is measured in rounds, which is broken up into turns by group. So group-based combat, heroes go first. You can make an attack. You can cast a spell. You can ready. You can jump. You can double move, or you can use an item. You can move once on your turn. We've got flanking. And then we have distances.
Tundless tipped $15.
Hey, thanks, Tun.
Additional props for your support of indie designers. Thanks for covering this one.
Yeah, no problem, Tundless. Been happy to do it. I mean, obviously we cover some of the big boys too, but I think, good game design is not the province of, multi-million-dollar game studios, for sure. Some of the best design elements I have seen in the 5 years I've been doing this channel have come from small games out of, off a itch or, whatever. And as a result, I think I wish more people would be willing to take a risk. And I understand the financial realities of the situation, right? But hopefully that's changing. Hopefully that, it used to be that you had to either, make a cool game or, make something for 5e. And I'm hoping that has, has changed. Or hopefully maybe people make a cool game first and, then figure out how to make it, make their money later. That's better for me anyways. Maybe it's not better for them, but it's better for me because so what I like about this is, I mean, it's kind of like you could imagine here having feet if you really care about those things, but you could also just say close, near, or far, right? Like if I'm playing this game and I see pulp, I am immediately thinking a UDT style game, right? Or my variation of UDT, for sure. And, where you just have, basically, here, there, and over there, which is totally fine. All right. You can either block or dodge attacks if you aren't incapacitated. Block, you make an endurance save or endure save, which is hindered if it's a ranged attack. So blocking is not as good if you're using it against ranged attack. And then dodging is a reflex save, but it is hindered, aka you get a penalty, if you are wearing heavy armor. So there's a kind of a cool little, you can get the sense of here basically blocking is good for melee, but not if, for range attacking, hard to block an arrow with your sword. It'd be interesting if there's maybe some special rule for that for shields or something. And then dodging, pretty useful all in all, but if you're wearing heavy armor, not as useful. If the save passes, you ignore one of the attack's highest rolled damage dice. Okay. So it's sounding like this is maybe an auto hit system, because we use checks, we use D20, and then for an attack we just deal damage. I'm not really quite sure how that works yet, but we'll see. Okay, never mind. Make an attack check with your weapon, dealing its damage on a pass. But if it's a check, is it just based off of I don't know. It's interesting. Okay, so maybe attacks are checks. All right, never mind. Anyways, armor, immune, and weak affect damage. Armor is just DR. It's just subtractly. Level 2 janitor says, sadly, it is not auto hit. I checked. To be fair, auto hitting is just so fast, having spent all last week kind of talking about Nimble and talking with Evan more, it's like, I mean, more and more, I was already, into it, but it is all player facing, which is great. So if it's not auto hit, I at least like it that it's the players, the GM doesn't have to roll, right? The players dodge, and the players attack. Because when I first read this, I was a little nervous because I was like, okay, wait, so the monsters have to make an attack roll and then the players have to make an attack or a defensive roll. I don't like that. So what I do like is, hey, I describe, again, we're only on the first page here, but one of the things I always like to do, this is a side tangent. I apologize, Indestructible, for pausing your first look. But I cannot stress how powerful this is. And the reason why I know this is because I've, run many, many, many games of World of Dungeons and Dungeon World over the years. Blaze in the Dark in particular teaches us the power of speaking the darkness and then letting the players defy or deny that darkness. So what do I mean by this? What I mean is the power and effectiveness of a GM describing a monster's attack, rolling the damage, and sort of speaking it as if it was a truth. And then allowing the player to somehow dodge or block or, negate the attack. And there is a very powerful psychology at work there that happens that is, I think, far more effective than anything else that you will have seen. In fact, if you're playing a traditional D20 game, I think you can even get a part of this by rolling the damage roll first. Okay? So let's say the GM is still rolling the dice. I would hope at this point that you're rolling the dice in front of the screen, right? So let people know that you're not fudging. But regardless, I think rolling the damage first and sort of letting that threat hang out there, because there's this weird, like, from both a tension standpoint and a whatever standpoint, when the GM makes this big attack roll, everybody's really nervous about it. It's a really big deal, and then you roll low on you roll low on the damage. It feels very disingenuous, and so I like rolling the damage first. And sort of that letting the threat or the lack of threat, right, kind of hover out there. Because let's say you roll the damage first. Let's say you're playing a traditional D20 game, right? The GM's making an attack roll, damage roll, and you make your damage roll first, and it's a very low number. Well, then as a GM, I'm not going to spend a lot of time building up tension for this attack roll. I'm going to be very much just like, the orc continues to probe your defenses with a couple of quick feints, after I roll like 2 damage. And then I'll just, roll the D20. I'm not really trying to build up hype for this roll because we already know it's not going to be a big deal. On the other hand, if I roll like, 2d8 and I roll a 7-8, for the ogre's damage, and it's like 20 damage or 21 damage, a huge amount of damage. And we know before I even roll the dice how much of an impact that's going to be. Is that going to be like that's going to knock them unconscious? The game can kind of slow down. You can afford to spend 20, 30 seconds to really get everybody clenched in, because now suddenly everybody realizes this is an important role. And whether the GM is rolling it or preferably the player is rolling it, I think that is a really powerful psychological tool. Sure. You could just roll dice and damage at the same time, which is what we've been doing for years. But you don't get that sense of what are the stakes before you create. One of the things about Blades in the Dark and Dungeon World is they teach us to PBTA games teach us to make sure that players know what the stakes are before we make the roll. And so rolling the damage dice before you roll the defense die or before you roll the attack roll lets us know what the stakes are before we roll. And there is value to that. Yes, it is slower than just rolling them at the same time, but it is kind of neat. Anyways, if we're immune, we're unharmed. If we're weak, we ignore armor and immune, and you get to deal an extra damage die. Focusing lets you, as an effect, stay active over time. So this is like concentration. If your hit point, it goes to 0. If your body is destroyed, or if you have 5 fatigue. Okay, so dead at 0, huh? We've got one of my favorite pieces of game tech, and it's only been around since the beginning of the game ever, which is an NPC reaction roll. One of the things I really like about these things is notice that on 2d6 you're very likely to roll a 7, and so most of the time they will not be attacking, and even then, if they're hostile, while they may be likely to attack, they're not necessarily going to automatically attack and attack to the death, or attack to your death and fight to the death. It's really only on a 2 or a 3, which is cool. Which is only 3 in 36, right? So it's only 1 in 12 chance. We also have morale. So, I mean, it may be pulpy, but it's reading a lot like a classic old school D&D game. We have morale and NPC reactions. 2 of the things that I think make combat in old school D&D the much more play to find out and much more fun than a lot of modern games. Classic things here. If their leader goes, if they are half of them are defeated, roll 2d6, and if it's higher than their value, they fail and retreat. Enemies kind of have a script called a zone. Frontliners goes to melee, midliners close to attack, and then move back afterwards. And then backline stays back and fight spells. Also, if the midliner gets bloodied...
$20. Is there a Vespin gas figure?
So, sort of. Klopster roll. Sort of. When you make your army, you decide your points, and the points are called minerals, and then you get another resource called Vespine gas. And minerals are used to buy the units for your army, and then Vespine gas is used to buy the support buildings that you will use that sort of give you kind of command abilities. So yes, now you don't mine it. It's not, you're not literally mining it in the game, but there is a mechanic in the game called Vespine gas. So yes, you do not have enough Vespine gas. Exactly. Now I totally imagine that, the game really works on a lot of objectives. So there might totally be you might have a mini of like a Vespine gas Vespine gas geyser, and you might say, okay, that's one of the game's objectives. It's control of this Vespine gas field or whatever. For late game, it's a high yield mineral patch. We've already mined out our primary base. We're looking for our natural. We've already mined out our primary and our natural. Right, we're looking for those third and fourth bases. Anyways. Okay, cool. It's set up for solo as well. Makes sense. Again, solo, duo gaming, I think is going to be huge, and it's definitely the way of the future. To cast a spell, you have to have be holding your trinket, which I'm assuming is like a wand or a gimmick. When you cast spells, do you want it to deal damage? Do you want it to cause its effect, or do you want to do both? Choosing to only deal 1d6 damage or cause the effect requires no mana, but if you want both, it costs 1 mana. When you cast a spell, you don't make a cast check unless an unwilling being is targeted. Spells with a damage base can be cast to deal 1d6 damage. You can spend mana to increase the damage by 1d6 to do so per point of mana. We've got some stuff here for duration. I'm not too worried about this right now, but spells are instantaneous, and effects last until the next turn, unless you focus it. Okay. If it's an unwilling being, you have to spend 1 mana each round to keep them, if you want to debuff somebody, you have to spend 1 mana each round to keep them locked down or whatever. And we've got auras and cones and some other stuff here. I will admit, it's just me being pedantic, but when we start talking about cones and cubes and glyphs and lines and spheres, I kind of start to zone out a little bit. But I won't write it off yet. Oh, I agree completely, Travis. I think I play role-playing games for the social aspect 100%. But, there's also people out there who like, I don't know, Hello Kitty and anime, and I'm not here to tell them that they're wrong. Jonka, thank you. Appreciate that support, Jonka. Thank you for joining the adventure. Welcome and enjoy your new emotes and emojis. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. All right. Sure. I mean, I see, this is something that I think a lot of people are trying to do. I've seen it with, I know like Dungeon Coach is trying to do that with his game, and which is pretty cool. But yeah, I mean, I'm not fundamentally, I'm not against it, I think it can slow. Listen, I played one of my favorite games of all time was called Dragonlance 5th Edition Saga, 5th Age Saga Edition. And, you basically kind of build your own spell when you cast it, which is great, but it slows things down. That's the only reason I'm a little hesitant for it. It can slow things down. And again, when I see a pulp game, I don't want, people having to do like, oh, should I make it a line or a cone, and who's in my cone, who's in my AoE? It could just start to, get a little bit wonky and gritty. Also, I have just a natural reaction for especially a pulp game of really wanting to play it loosey-goosey, either theater of the mind or like miniatures of them. Like, I don't know, I need a term for it, but it's like a term where you still use miniatures, but you're playing theater of the mind. Like, you're not like counting squares or measuring distance. You're just kind of using the minis to let people roughly know where people are standing, or, roughly who's engaged with who. I don't know. Is there a term for that? But that's another form of the game I like to use. We got a lot of consultants here, but primary and lead designer is Taryn Pounds, as we would expect. And we can see here a great list of acknowledgments. We've got Black Sword Hack, we've got Errant, we've got Knave, we've got Into the Odd, we've got White Hack. So a lot of old school classic, OSR type games here in the form of like White Hack and Black Sword Hack and some of the it's more of the new school renaissance. But then we have the old school stuff like D&D BX, OSE, BRP, Fighting Fantasy, Mouse Ritter, Blaze in the Dark, Vaesen, Shadow Dark, Symbaroum, Morkborg, Shadow the Demon Lord. Shout out. We saw that in the D6 here. Spencer Campbell's Rune from Gila. I think all of Spencer Campbell's games are aren't they all like one word names? I think they all are. The Monster Overhaul, that's an interesting choice since it's kind of just like an art book, but Drakor ok Dominir, Dragonbane, you know that. And the Neoclassical Geek Revival. I'm actually not familiar with this. So very, very OSR / new SR coded here. You can kind of see the evolution from some of the classic old school stuff to some of the newer stuff, like where, again, it's kind of like we got a lot of games here that have auto damage and very quick, but we also have games like basic role playing and Fighting Fantasy and, Zweihander, which are very much not rules light. Okay, not only are they all one word, they're all 4 letters, right? Okay, got it. Just like leader games, right? Ahoy, Vast, Oath, Arcs, Root, all one word, all 4 letters. All right, well, we've got a chonky game here, 205. So strap in, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I like that. Less crunchy, more chewy. That's cool. All right, so we've got an introduction where we start with the basics. So already points to Indestructiboy for basically setting out what is this game about and how does the game work. We already had the sort of intro page, so we already have a pretty good idea of even how this game is working before we've even gotten into it. Then we get into the adventuring rules. We've talked about temperature kind of scares me a little bit, but we do have a couple pages about visioning and targeting and time and movement. So this does seem like it might be a little bit more, maybe it's a little bit more granular than I was thinking it was going to be, but we'll see. We've got combat time, combat encounters, exploration, and downtime. And then after 20 pages of introducing the game and how adventuring works, we get to hero creation. So bravo for that. I love that. We have ancestries: human, dwarf, elf, halfling, goblin, orc, and dragon person. Nothing, shaking the limbs of upsetting Grandpa Tolkien too much right there, although, orc and goblin. Then we have classes. We talk about leveling up. We've got a long list of classes. Looks like about 20 classes. Most of them seem to be pretty standard, barbarian, bard, druid, but we see some interesting ones in there: dancer, luminary, merchant, revelator, vanguard. Sounds pretty cool. And then we have a 10-page perks list, which I'm assuming is going to be some sort of feat or feat-like system. Love to see it. Hey, Dr. D. Hart, thank you so much for the subby. Dr. D. Hart coming up on 1 year of supporting the adventure. You'll get a new color, a badge for supporting the adventure for a year. I am always looking forward to the weird stuff. I always enjoy the creativity used in the creation of odd events and adversaries. Greetings, knights. Thank you, Dr. D. Hart. Yeah, we'll see. We'll get into the weird stuff. I mean, so far, I don't see anything here that seems extraordinarily weird. Classes, races, hit points, damage, armor. This isn't heart. Like when I think of a weird RPG, I think of heart. Maybe Chubo's Marvelous Wish Granting Engine, but heart, especially. Gear. All right. Given the pedigree that this game came from, all the various white sword hacks and black sword hacks, no black hack stuff, and Mouse Ritter and Into the no surprise here to see that we use a slot-based inventory system with looks like prices for armor and weapons and the like. Not super long gear page, but reasonably long. I should also note that each class is only a 2-page spread. So every class is 2 pages. Then we have magic with a 10-page spell list, a 4 or 5-page relics list, which I'm assuming are like magical items, And then we get into the GM section. So, you know, from a it's actually one page. One page is just art. Okay, great. So that's just like Shadow Dark then. But that's it from like a player-facing perspective, because then we have a nearly 70-page bestiary. So it's a complete bestiary. 70 pages is pretty close to a bestiary at that point. With categories, things like artificials, beasts, cryptids, fae, outers, primordials, and undead. Seems like a great thing. We'll do the orc and skeleton test, as we always do. Then we talk about the structure of a quest. So it seems like this game has a more procedural element for creating a quote-unquote quest. And then it ends with several appendices. We've got an index, we've got a terminology, we've got solo play rules, guided rules, compatibility and converting from other systems, a backer list for the people who support it, and then we end with the hero record sheet and a quest sheet, both for traveling and for the dungeon. So as we are want to do here, we're going to start at the end by hopping over to the character sheet on page 202 and taking a look at her there, taking a look-see. So here we have the character sheet. And here is the travel sheet. Okay, so thoughts on the character sheet. It's a little Spartan. You know, it doesn't have it's not my, it's not, you know, it's not the One Ring. Let's just put that. It's a pretty basic character sheet, but we get a look here. We've got 6 stats. Might, Dex, Awareness, Reason, Presence, Luck. Kind of reminds me of Oathhammer, except Oathhammer had 3 physical stats in Might, I think Might, Agility, and Toughness or something. But we have a Luck stat. We've got basic hit points. We've got Armor. Fatigue takes up inventory slots. And at 5 fatigue, you die. And we've got classic 3rd edition style saves, reflex, endurance, and will. There's sort of an element here of both 4th edition and 13th age where your saves are the combination of 2 of your stats. We do have a speed. So again, it does seem like that leans more towards a sort of, if not a grid-based, but certainly a measurement-based game, which for a pulp game, I kind of want something a little bit faster than that. Luck is a meta currency in this game. We haven't talked about how luck works. There are skills. And again, you roll equal to or above the difficulty to pass the check. So I'm not sure if Arcana is just Reason or if you have separate skill ranks in Arcana. I guess we'll get to that when we get to there. But we have 6 skills, 12 skills, which is, I think, a great skill number. I know some people want 55 skills. Personally, I think 10 to I don't know, 12 to 15 or something like that is pretty reasonable. We have melee attacks, brawling attacks, range attacks. We have our slots for our equipment, gold, silver, copper. We've got a big blank box for abilities, and then a space for magic spells and how much mana we have. So about as basic of a character sheet as you could get. And I mean that both in terms of there's not really a whole lot here. Most of it's going to be very understandable to most RPG players. You know, stats are going to be easy enough to understand. Skills, attacks, saves, hit points, armor, even the inventory slot system isn't like, that big of a deal. It's basically bulk from PF2. But it is, I think the character sheet's a little plain, a little boring. So I'll say that. All right. So let's get into the preamble. Drawing inspiration from medieval romance stories, Dungeon Synth, shout out Dungeon Synth, and dungeon crawlers of the past. Let's see here. I'll sec here. I can't remember what it's called. The art always has like AI art of a penguin like doing stuff. I think it's like called Absolutely Chill Music or something, I think is the name of it. But Absolutely Chill Music does this like Dungeon Synth channel, and it's so good. Is this it? This is one maybe. Please no. I do love this dungeon synth music. It's so good. I will freely admit that I was never a fan of synth or dungeon synth music until, I will admit, the introduction to Stranger Things. That just, it struck something inside of me and it grabbed hold. I listened to, and this dungeon synth, or this like sort of 80s synth, like this, there's a lot of channels on YouTube that are doing this now. But anyways, that's a pretty shout out to Dungeon Synth. And Dungeon Crawlers of the past 50 years. Vagabond is a tabletop action role-playing game where the players take on the role of daring and powerful heroes exploring dungeons and thwarting villains. All right. Now, off the rip, I mean, that sounds like D&D. But we do get into pulp fantasy here. Known as sword and sorcery. They are high action and dangerous adventure. You got your Frank Frazetta, Boris Vallejo, right? Cover art. We've got the rippling 8-pack abs guy saving the hot chick with the lizard men from Mars. People's first impression of fantasy tends to be that of a hobbit walking a vast world with fellowship of capable friends. I love that. But this isn't quite what we mean when we say pulp fantasy or Tolkien-esque fantasy. This is more right. Elric of Meldebone, Conan the Barbarian, right? And to be clear, I definitely know Magic Sword, 15 Insight. Huge fan of Mega Sword. I love both of these things. For people who know this, I have a vast library of Tolkien books, not just Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, but like Silmarillion and Histories of Middle Earth. I love Earthsea Cycle, but I also have, I think, like 75 different trade paperbacks of various Conan the Barbarian stories, mostly from Tor Fantasy. I mean, I like the original, Robert E. Howard stuff, but I love the Tor Fantasy Conan books of the 80s and 90s. I think they're so good. I think they're so good. So many of them are so good, and they're not all great, but there's a couple that really write some really great ones. Robert Jordan of Wheel of Time actually used to write for Tor Fantasy, and Robert Jordan wrote like 5 or 6 Conan novels, and they are excellent. I cannot recommend them enough if you can find them. So we talk about here, Tolkien fantasy is a zoo, pulp fantasy is a safari. That's a great line. So we talk about where pulp fantasy came from, some historical context to it here. When you hear hoofbeats, think horses, not zebras. Polar opposite for fantasy. When making Conan, Howard seemed to have originally envisioned the story taking place in the real world, but instead used this vanished world of Hyporia. Take the familiar, make it strange. So there's we're starting off here with like kind of an essay here, but we talk about basically the concepts of pulp fantasy. So it does seem like, his goal here is to create a more pulp-oriented game rather than a Tolkien-oriented game. At least that's the belief I'm getting. Now, D&D, I think, does have pulp origins. I mean, I think the nature of superhero characters does kind of shit on pulp fantasy a little bit. So pulp fantasy stories are about the successes and failures of the heroes, not the enemies. Tactical action fantasy. Tactical action fantasy. That's a great phrase. Vagabond doesn't gamify social interactions. That is handled by roleplay with your table. This system is built for quick combat and engaging exploration. You have tools at your disposal to think of alternatives to violence, but don't be sword shy. Feel free to stab the bad guy. And again, there's a lot of words that are said here that I don't necessarily agree with, but definitely are resonant for a lot of other people. I actually think gamifying social interactions is a lot of fun. But you choose what you want to gamify. I've always said, someone said, Derek, you should create a game where this premise is the opposite, right? Where social mechanics are gamified, and it says, Derek Quest doesn't gamify combat interactions. That is handled by role play with your table. This system is built for quick social encounters and engaging explorations. You have tools at your disposal to think of alternatives to social encounters, but don't be word shy. Feel free to talk to the bad guy. That would be, that's my thing. Yeah, I think negotiations are great. And and by the way, as an aside, I think that's just a great example of where when you take this and you reverse it, it suddenly makes you kind of go like, well, that would be really weird, right? Like if we were to say something like, we don't gamify combat encounters, that's handled by role play with your table. I think a lot of people would be like, what? And anyway, obviously this is the I just clicked something. Obviously this is what the hell did I just click? Hey, look at the monster stats. Okay. I must have clicked something. The fruitful vibes. Yes, the 201. That's great. Halixar says, I go over there and just win the fight. Well, right. But, Halixar, that's like the same thing, right? Where it says, Vagabond doesn't gamify social interactions. That is handled by role play with your table. And you're like, all right. The mayor of the town stands gruff and tall, leaning over you as he considers what to do with you. Well, he says, what do you have to say for yourselves? And then somebody goes, I go over there and I convince him. Level 2 says, I remember the video you did with Luke Crane, yes, and had him saying something like, I know how a sword fight will shake out, but I need rules for a conversation. You know what? I remember that too. That was awesome. You're like, oh, sword fighting? Oh, I'm great at that. Talking to people? Horrible. I'm just absolutely horrible. You would think, given the average predilection of us gamers, that we would want, gamified social encounter rules. Furthermore, combat is intended to flow seamlessly with exploration. Combat should be moments of confrontation, not a reason to milk tension out of every action. Combats will be short. Some foes may die in a single blow. Bosses might be entirely thwarted by clever player. That's the intent. So combat is war all the way, right? As such, it is the heroes who must prove their attempts at thwarting the villain's plans succeed. Enemies do not roll for their checks and saves as the heroes, and they are assumed to succeed unless the heroes are intervening, right? So this is taking kind of an anti-simulationist approach, which I like. This is actually kind of a narrativist approach where it basically says, look, I'm not trying to simulate whether the bad guys can pass their craft check. Like Sauron isn't, I'm not making, I'm not filling in a clock for Sauron making the One Ring, right? It is a player-focused game. The bad guys are going to do what they need to do to be threats, and we're not going to be sitting here rolling their checks. So I'm actually a big fan of that. So there's definitely a lot of different philosophies at work here. There's, some, classic old school philosophies, but there's also some sort of more modernist, what I'll call like more narrativist, anti-simulationist texts here. Oh, I mean, this definitely seems like this is combat as war, Combats are short. They may die in a single blow. Bosses may be thwarted by clever tactics. This is definitely combat as war. Definitely not combat as theater. Action first, cinema second. The combat system focuses on quick power fantasy violence. I mean, I have to respect the language that he is using here. A lot of games are very gun shy about saying, the quiet part out loud. And Terran is really coming out and saying what this game is about. This is about power fantasy violence over narrative tension. This is the anti-Daggerheart game in many ways. This is an action game, not a tactical war game. Mechanics are granted as a storytelling toolkit, so feel free to use your flathead screwdrivers on a Phillips head screw if that's what works for you. right? So this is very anti-Crane. Right. By that I mean Luke Crane, but I also mean Legend of the Five Rings Crane design, right? Dagger 8. Ancestries, classes, weapons, perks grant mechanics for combat and exploration, not for fluff and flair. They were designed to say yes and for what you want to do instead of saying what you can't do. So we always talk about how like in a very a very rule centric game, what we would call, using our bullshit terminology, a very crab centric game, right? Like Pathfinder 2. We always say that feats actually are ways of telling you all the stuff that you can't do. And here is a paragraph specifically saying that this isn't about that, right? They are designed to tell you, yes, you can do this and all this other stuff. They're not there to tell you what you can't do. But that then it goes out to say, there are, of course, restrictions and limitations, and you should, interpret them in good faith. Common sense is king. This is inevitably the rulings over rules. If the rule causes a question, try to rule in the player's favor and keep the story moving forward. And we've got some stuff about math. Here is a vast list of inspiration. We've got anime and manga, one of which I highly approve of. Record of Lotus War, of course. I can't say I've seen any of the rest of these except for Princess Mononoke. Film, we've got classic 80s sword and sorcery movies like Dragon Slayer, Beastmaster. We've got Willow, we've got Princess Bride, we've got Excalibur. Literature, we have the ever popular dungeon crawler Carl, Conan, Elric of Melnibone, First Law, etc. Note the lack of Tolkien and Ursula K. Le Guin and stuff. Here is our dungeon Sith stuff, I'm imagining. For video games, we've got Dark. We've got Darkest Dungeon, a game I've actually played. We've got Legend of Zelda. We've got Slay the Spire. For tabletop games, we've got RuneQuest, Zweihander, which is basically just RuneQuest, Zweihander, which is basically just Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, which is really just RuneQuest. And then we have Dragonbane and Drakar Octomenair, which are both the same game. Wasn't Terran doing like Dragonbane supplements for a little while? I thought he was. TV series. Ooh. Xena, Warrior Princess. All right. Time for a poll in chat for all my millennial, zennial, Gen Xers out there. Apologies to the female audience members, although if you are of a girl persuasion, feel free to vote. Even if you're not. Who did you fancy? All right. Poll is up and locked in. Who did you fancy? Xena, Gabrielle, Callisto, or Jockster? I guess Ares was in there too, but we got a Callisto. Okay. Okay, great, Casey. Thank you. Says Taryn, that's Instruct Boy, the author, got really deep into Dragonbane and Evasion before he started making this. We ask the important questions here at Knights of Last Call. That was Gabrielle. Callisto is like her, kind of her reoccurring villain, the kind of the anti-Xena. Gabrielle's pulling away. Xena's staying up there, though. All right. Again, while you guys vote, we're just going to say here, but there is a page about discretions, about, this is a game of power fantasy violence, delving into dangerous location and brutally killing terrifying monsters, be fans of each other, session 0, historical inaccuracy. Look, we're not trying to be here. We're not trying to be realistic here. Lines and veils, all the normal stuff here, but doing it in a really good way, to sort of talk about all the different potential things, stuff. The very, consent and gaming checklist from Monty Cook Games. Yep, here it is. Monty Cook Games consent and gaming checklist. All right. Well, you know what? I'm going to say it was a Callisto got her votes, but I'm going to say it's a Gabrielle, Xena tie, but we'll give the nod to Gabrielle. Actually, hold on. All right, hold on a sec. Which Gabrielle? All right, which Gabrielle? Again, we got to know the long-haired bard girl or the short-haired mid-drift staff fighter, because there were two Gabrielles. Okay, let's just call it what it is. There was definitely two Gabrielles. I need to know. I will say shout out to all my short-haired baddies. Okay. All right. So for the game, it's a tabletop role-playing game where you create a hero. So we've got our basic polyhedral dice, right? Of course, how could we play a role-playing game if we don't get to use our $175 Dispel dice set that we bought? Exploding rolls in this game. Use an exclamation mark. If we roll a max, we keep rolling. I do like an explosion for dice. I think that's fun. Can slow things down a little bit. Something that I'm really worried about here is, when I'm looking at these game mechanics and I'm thinking pulp fantasy, I'm thinking power fantasy violence. I'm thinking, to crush my foes, to hear see them driven before me and to hear the lamentation of their women, right? I'm thinking very pulp forward. Any mechanic that is going to cause the game to sort of slow down or grind down, I'm a little weary of. So I'm seeing exploding dice rolls, and I'm kind of mentally going, okay, make sure, let's keep this in mind here. We've got countdown dice. So it's kind of a decaying dice pool. It kind of uses the resource die mechanic of Forbidden Lands, right? Or the utility die, is that what it's called from Black Hack? Usage die. Simon says, people are legit disappointed when I tell them that they will only need D6s for my game. Simon, I've seen that so many times when I go to introduce somebody to a game and I go, okay, great. Well, this game uses these dice. Like when I Legend of the Five Rings, hey, this game uses these, custom D12s and D6s, and they bring out their dice back and they're like, so I don't need my dice. And I'm like, nope, you're all good here. And they're like, oh, okay. But disappointed. Stats are the 6 numbers that describe your hero's characteristics. They go from 2 to 7. We've got might, which covers con and strength, dexterity, awareness, reason, presence, and luck. No, usage dice is from the Black Hack originally. But Grimwild used diminishing pools, which was a little bit different. Grimwild uses this where you have like a pool of 10d6, and then whenever the pool would decay, right, you roll the pool, and I think any 1s or 6s or something like that come out of the pool, and then the pool shrinks. Zetrum, thank you so much.
Zetrum tip $10. I'm late, but not too late.
No, of course not. We're on page 11. Thank you, Zetrum. Appreciate you supporting the, well, let's call it what it is. You're supporting the StarCraft Fund. I appreciate you. By the way, shout out to my short hair midriff staff wielding baddie, Gabrielle. I love short hair. I love midriffs, and I love bad bitches. The problem I have with this countdown die mechanic is that it is very slow in the beginning, and then it speeds up. And it means that like when it's a very high number, it could potentially not decay much at all, which I think is kind of wonky. But anyways. Yeah, but it can be fun. But I mean, you know, the thing I like about the thing I like about diminishing pools is it adds a bit of randomness. I use clocks. I've used clocks a lot of time, you know, ever since I was introduced to them back in the day or whatever. And, you know, sometimes I like to use public clocks, right? And I like the players to know the consequences of their actions and stuff. And sometimes you'll get people who will kind of math things out, right? Where they'll say, well, that clock has, you know, it's still 3 ticks until they discover our base. So we don't have to worry about it, right? And that's kind of a weird thing. You know, there's sort of a tension loss there. So the thing I actually like about diminishing pools is that it creates a degree of volatility, you know. On the other hand, you know, diminishing pools, in theory, you could just roll it once and just everything gets blown up. So it's kind of like, you know. Right. It's right. Diminishing pools get more unpredictable as they get closer, right? Because when you have a lot of dice in the diminishing pool, right, the law of large numbers comes over, you get, you know, sort of a central limit theorem, and you become more predictable about how many dice you're going to decay. If the dice decay on a 1, 2, 3, you know, aka 50% of them, and you're rolling, let's say, a 12 dice pool, chances are pretty good that you are going to lose somewhere between, you know, 5 to 7 from your dice. But as that pool gets smaller, you know, down to 4, sure, the expected value is still 2 decay, but the volatility, right, the standard deviation, the width of that bell curve becomes much greater, and you get much more unpredictable results. It is almost entirely unlikely that you will ever roll, you know, a 12 dice pool and it will get completely diminished or not diminished at all in a single roll. On the other hand, when you have a 4 dice pool, it is very possible that you might roll the entire pool goes away or none of the dice go away, right? Which is interesting. So anyway, side tangent to our thing here. I think there's a rule about like whenever the pool decays, it always decays. I can't remember if there was something in the game. We're talking about Grimwild now, but whatever. Anyways, so we've got our stats. We got 6 stats. We've basically combined strength and con, and we kind of added luck. So you could push to drop the last die. Thank you, TAS agent. Yes. So one of the things that's really interesting, this is like a complete thing, but like when you deal with lights in lighting, you know, like camera and photography work, it's doubling, right? So like if your light is at 5% and you want to double, I mean, this sounds very basic, but it's like, but if you want to double how much light, you're like, oh, it's not bright enough, I want to double the light. And you know, you make the light go from 5% output to 10% output, right? That's it. But then if you want to double it again, you have to go to 20%. And then if you want to double it again, you have to go to 40%. And then if you want to double it again, you have to go to 80%. So it's like, yeah, you know, each time you're just doubling it, but it takes more and more and more. So yes, that statement about, you know, changing 6 to 8 isn't really a big deal because on average, doubling the size of the pool is 1 more round, or having it is 1 less round. So here's those rules that we saw before. Okay. This was something I missed. Okay, so it does use static DCs. Okay. So the GM is not setting DCs. So it's a static system. To determine the difficulty, subtract the check stat from 20. And if you're trained, double it. Okay, so if my might is 4, then my difficulty for, might-based skills is going to be 20 minus 4 or a 16. And so I need to roll 16 or greater. And if I'm trained, it's 8. This is exactly, well, not exactly, but, well, I mean, yeah, it kind of is exactly how the One Ring works. The One Ring only has 3 stats, right? Strength of body, heart of your spirit, and the wits of your mind, right? So strength, wits, and heart, but it's 20 minus your stat, and that's your static DC for all of the skills that are tied to that stat. And you know what? I love it. So big ups for me. I think static DCs are great. They're easy. They're fast. Again, remember, I might be being critical. I don't know if this is exactly what his intention was. I'm just reading it the way I'm reading it. I want things that are fast and furious. The kind of heeming and hawing over DCs and what was the DC again and what did you roll? And then even just things like, okay, the DC's, the DC's 23 and now I'm rolling a D20 and how many bonuses I'm going to have to add. I like it where it's just like, roll the D20. It's less than that. You know that. Too fast, too furious. It's funny, Boutron. Smith once created a joke. He created an RPG called the Fast and Furious RPG, and it had 5 stats, and it was like fast, furious, family, fame. Oh, I don't remember what the 5th one was. It might have been fast, furious, fame, family, and I don't remember what the 5th stat was. But everything in the game was one of those 5 stats, and they were all F. Oh yeah, of course it was family. No, because we used fame. Maybe fortune might have been one. I'm not sure. Oh man, I wish I remembered. I do not remember, unfortunately. Silent GM says, fast, furious, fame, family, and family. Let's see if I can see here. Going all the way back here. Let's see here. No, I don't remember what it is. Oh man, I was seeing if it was something from our old Discord chat from 2021, from back in the Knights of Last Call, but it was definitely an FRG game. Oh, it might have been Fuel. Fuel might have been it. I really don't remember what it was though. Oh man, I wish I remember what it was. Now I want to look it up. Sorry, people who are here for Vagabond. We're obsessed with Fast and the Furious. I don't remember. Anyways, all right, moving on. Fornication is good. Anyways, I like this. All right, when you crit, you get a luck point. Crit is a nat 20. So I will say that the thing that I do like about this setting. No, Mr. Rosensky, it can't be friends. Because, to quote Dom, I don't got friends. I got family. Right? You don't got friends. You got family. So no friends. Only family. So... one of the things I like about this system is, I will admit, I roll under is weird for people, it is. And so even though you're kind of doing it backwards, because all you're really doing is, by the way, the DC is just 20 and you're rolling a D20 and you're adding your stat. This is all you're doing, by the way. It's the same thing. You're just calculating it once and then locking it in and then not changing it. But it means that you rolling high is good, which is really built into people's brains. And it also means that a nat 20 is the crit. And I think that just feels more right to people because we're all D&D pilled, and that's okay. I've seen more people have problems with that in Dragonbane than anything. Not because it's a problem, just because they're just like so not used to it, right? Rolling low is weird. So when you crit, you get 1 luck point, which you can forego for a benefit. We talked about this before. All right, so here we go. So while the DCs may be static, we can award favor dice and hinder dice. For example, a hunter is shooting an arrow at a shark. The target is underwater, which hinders the ranged check. In this case, we're going to roll a d20 and a d6 and subtract the d6 from the d20 result. On the other hand, what if the sorcerer restrains the shark through a magical spell and favors the check? So it cancels out and we just roll a straight up d20. Anything under the control of the GM does not roll for checks and saves. They are assumed to pass unless the hero's check or save succeeds. In other words, it's an entirely player-focused dice mechanic, and I'm a big fan of that, for sure. Quick, fast, easy, puts the agency in the player's hands. And I think that's even more important in Pulp Fantasy, right? You want these people to feel like, my destiny is in my own hands. And I think that's an important feel. It's a psychological vibe, which I think really matters a lot. By the way, shout out everybody who's here and hanging out. Glad that you're there. Make sure to like the video if you like the video. Would be really happy to try to spread the news about Taryn's game here, and hopefully people get to take a look at it, and I think it'll be great. And again, if you do want to check it out, you can buy it from his website, or you can buy it from DriveThruRPG, which is in the link below. It's our affiliate source, but obviously Taryn only gets 70% or something of the money from DriveThruRPG. I don't know exactly what his deal is. It varies, I think, from people to people, but generally they take 30%. So if you buy from him, presumably he gets it all. I don't get anything, but it's okay. I can live with that. Roll for Combat says, "This is great. I'm watching you while my car just drives me around." What a flex. If your hero dies, you are encouraged to make a new one and rejoin the party whenever possible. If your table can come up with a reason for why your hero survived, that's also fine. Quick play and fun should be prioritized. So they're really just like dead, move on. Let's see here. So here are the rules for adventuring. Targeting. You have to be able to see a target. It has to be on the scene. Distance turns. And here we go. So they are assuming a certain amount of grid-based combat. I do like these little minis in this little grid-based thing here. If you could justify it, you didn't actually die thing, I have a really negative knee-jerk reaction to. Yeah. I could see that. It's one of those, because then it's like, well, how come he died and how come she didn't? Or how come her last character got killed and didn't, and guy just died in a relative same circumstance, But now, like, she died, but I get to live. It can create some sort of bias and feelings here. I would say this, level 2 janitor, I probably would not do that. If your table can come up with a reason for why your hero survived, that's also fine. Like, okay, for example, when we were playing Shadowdark, I've told this story before, but when we were playing Shadowdark at Origins, in the second session, Smith, it was near the end of the second session of the two-shot. We were about halfway through it, and Smith's character died, his wizard. And Smith didn't want to make a new character. So instead, Smith's spirit of his wizard merged with and took over the body of the party's rogue who had god tier stats. And they basically became a hybrid character. And we were all like, Yeah, that works. And Smith just got to keep playing his character, except now he basically rode along inside of this other PC, and it was totally fine. And we were all okay with that. But again, it wasn't like a serious game, but everybody thought it was really funny and clever and clear, so. And I know that Trevor's son, Noah, who was the rogue with the god tier stats, thought it was hilarious that the wizard was like riding around as a spiritual presence inside of him. So, this is one of those things where it's like, distancing and targeting are intended to make rulings quick. The general rule here is if Pythagoras gets brought into the conversation, you're thinking too hard about it. If any part of a being fits in a targetable area, it is affected by it. That's fair. But if at that point, if you're saying this, why not just use the distance like close, near, far? Like if you're already saying that stuff is going to get hand waved, don't bother making calculations, don't bother trying to figure it out. Well, if you're already sort of in that mindset, why even have 10 feet and 15 feet? Why not just close, near, far? Yeah, or just use, like I said, I would want to use this with like UDT, right? Ultimate Dungeon Terrain from Professor Dungeon Master. Sort of my hack of it. Perhaps Level 2 Janitor says the inclusion of a grid feels like maybe a concession for D&D players, and it could be. It could be. I, for one, think playing on a UDT or even, like I said, my version of a UDT, I think it's tremendously fun. But I agree, mixing them feels a little bit odd. What does that even mean, though, Selden? Build trust with your table for what? Like... Like if the creature is 35 feet away, is it within near or not? And you could just be like, well, if you use Pythagorean theorem, you would see that it's not within range, but we're not supposed to bring in Pythagorean theorem. So is it or is it not? Again, and you might say, whatever, just go with whatever. Okay, well, if we're just going to say whatever, then why even have distances? But Cole says, I heard Rob Schwab talk about this. It's for people who care. Yeah. And this is the example, right, I think, of trying to write for multiple audience members. Because, again, the people who don't care will just hand wave this away and won't care. In which case, I don't know that you need this sidebar. Because the people who are going to be anal retentive about it are going to be anal retentive about it. Whether or not you say, oh, if you bring in Pythagorean theorem, you're thinking too hard about it. Well, no, I mean, they're either within 30 feet or they're not. And if you're already going to start hand waving it, then you might as well just be using close, near, and far. That's all I'm saying. It's funny that you say that, Hunt of the Martian, because I find that generally speaking, people have a very hard time of actually conceptualizing distances, generally speaking. Like, if you ask somebody to like pace out 20 feet, most people are very wrong, All right, we've got 10-second rounds, minutes, hours, a shift, a day, a scene. A lot of time crunches here. We've got, again, the focus, movement, general speaking. We got falling rules. Well, I just think that generally speaking, does it, like, let me ask you this. Like, in your mind, even if in your mind, or even if you were seeing it on an actual, table, is there really a difference between somebody being like 30 feet away and 40 feet away? Like, does your mind even know what like that looks like? Like, no, like you're like, oh, they're close by, they're far away, or they're very far away. You know, that's it. Like, I mean, I think like what that means to you is going to be different from person to person, but that's okay because as long as the mechanics all make it mean the same things. But anyways, we got difficult terrain. We've got riding mounts. Okay, so there's some more simulationist kind of stuff in here. This kind, you know, again, don't sweat the small details. Don't use Pythagorean theorems. But you know, each 2 feet, each 1 foot of distance in difficult terrain is 2 feet of movement. You know, so there's again, this is something to me that's going to slow the game down. You know, not that it's a bad thing. It's just I don't know how pulpy that is, but. We've got sizing. It's also weird that like the game doesn't seem to use squares. Like everything is referred to in feet. Apparently unit must be the term, I guess, for a square. But it seems to like be avoiding using the word square. We've got flanking. Hexagons are the bestagons. This is very true, Wes. We've got grappling rules. We've got heat rules. Rest is a shift. A shift is 6 hours of light or no activity. You get HP, luck, and mana to max. So it's definitely not like a gritty survival based game. Because if you get 6 hours of just a little bit of light to no activity, not even necessarily like like you could definitely do this, out in the field. It doesn't say like, oh, you need to be in a well appropriated safe town. You just have to be fed and get some rest, not do too much, and you get max HP, max luck, and max mana. You can also eat a ration and drink water to regain HP equal to your might once per shift. Which is cool. So like food becomes like your hit dice. I like that. I actually kind of like that rule. Yeah, I mean you're eating 4 rations a day, but hey. But I like that it's tying the sort of the short rest or the shift rest, but it's tying it to something diegetic, right? It's tying it to food. Obviously, I've been. It does seem that it is tracked differently. I mean, Forbidden Lands tracks it differently, right? Take care, Garblag. Oh yeah, you're over there in the UK. I do love the ration rule from WAD as well, Cole. So I wasn't expecting to see this. But here it is. We've got the armor value and HP value of objects. So again, this is I'm not critiquing this because these are essentially the same rules as my favorite RPG of all time, which is 3rd edition D&D, right? Which I will never play again. But to have rules about distances and then to say don't waive that. Or don't worry about that. If you start having to calculate diagonals, what are we even doing here, right? But then you're going to tell me to calculate, the armor value of a dense metal versus a heavy metal versus wood, and then its HP value, and then also say that, flammable materials are weak to fire, stone is weak to blunt, et cetera, et cetera. It just seems a little bit like, okay, are we sweating the small stuff or are we not sweating the small stuff? Because this seems like this is a big table of small stuff. And then Simon says clocks next to damage values for objects is wild. Like, hey, here is one of the most simulationist mechanics that has ever existed in the games. Next to, here is one of the most narrativist, dynamic, plot-oriented mechanics that has ever existed in the in games. And they're on the same page, and they're next to each other. I mean, that's wild, you know? Well, I actually would say the opposite, Beowulf. Rest should always include water and don't necessarily have to include food. You can actually go a long time without food and still recover very nicely. I mean, here we go. So it's like material, object, hardness, and hit points. And then it says progress clocks track dynamic plot points, right? So, I mean, from hyper simulationism to literal dynamic plot points. I mean, this isn't like, because some people say like, some people who hate the idea of plot points or hate the idea of narrativism will say, well, you could still use clocks. I think Ben maybe used to say this, like, well, what I still use clocks. And they're like, what? I use them as clocks, you know? Yeah, anyways. But here we go. So for the most part, these clocks do seem to be more time trackers than anything, but it's not truly fully narrative clocks, but regardless. So it isn't quite as dissonant as we thought it might be. We've got statuses, and not the most I've ever seen, but a fair number. We've got berserk, blinded, burning, charmed, confused, dazed, fatigued, frightened, incapacitated, vulnerable, unconscious, suffocating, sickened, restrained, prone, paralyzed, and invisibile. So again, it's a lot for, I mean, I think this list is pretty comparable to 5th edition. More or less. We also have subordinate conditions. So subordinate conditions, for example, blinded makes you vulnerable. Vulnerable is a status. Paralyzed makes you incapacitated. Incapacitated is a status. So, there's also, it's not always entirely sure, like, why certain things do certain things as well. Like, for example, if you're confused, your actions are hindered. But if you're dazed, you can't focus or move. And it's not entirely, why is that, right? Like, what makes dazed different than confused? Why are you dazed and confused? What happens if you're dazed and confused? What game has the most statuses you have ever seen, Derek? Great question. Yours. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. I'd have to think about that. Maybe Legend of the Five Rings, I think has a lot of statuses. I don't know how many it has. I mean, Pathfinder 2nd edition has got to be up there, but I feel like they actually did do some trimming down from some of the other editions. This is true, Tundalus. Yours are paired, right? There's the bonus version, and then there's the half version. Monster Heart doesn't actually have any. It has written conditions. For what it's worth, if you're like, Derek, how many should a game have? Like, I like 6. Preferably, I love like debilitations from Dungeon World or the conditions from Dragonbane, where each stat, right, gets a condition. I like that. That's clean. It's easy, and you're just like, Fabula Ultima does this. Fabula Ultima has one condition for each stat, and then there's 2 mega conditions that have that apply to 2 stats. And it's clear cut. It's simple. It's easy. You know what it does. But I get it. Like we want more granularity than that. But again, this was kind of describing. Yeah, Avatar Legends, all the Magpie games. Awkward Parakeet, I like the conditions from Masks and Avatar Legends, angry, angry, afraid, insecure, that type of stuff as well. Fabula Ultima, very good as well. Now, so here's a great example of this. So we get into the encounter rules. The NPC distance, you roll a d6, and the distance is, narratively expressed. Now, to be clear, if we look at like original D&D, or if we look at 3rd edition D&D, I want to say in original D&D, or like BX D&D, which was listed as one of the sources for the inspiration, I want to say that the distance of a monster encounter was 2d6 times 10 feet. I think that's the original official distance. Let's look it up. Encounter rules. Here we go. Encounter with rules, monster actions, choose to fight, pursuit. Here we go. 2d6 times 10 feet. All right. I was right. Now, 3rd edition took this and made it crazy, but yeah. What's up, Rich? It's my buddy Rich, by the way. When I talk about the barbarian who teleported in and used a Vorpal sword and cut off the head of the major end boss villain? This was the player who did that, by the way. Says, I'm a little late to watching, but dropping this out. Did you see the D&D themed episode of Ted that Chelsea wrote? No, because I don't watch Ted and I don't watch TV, but I did see that Chelsea posted about it, and I thought that was pretty cool. I know it's called like Dungeons and Deadbeats or something, I think was the name of the episode, I believe. But makes sense. But I did see that she wrote that, which was pretty cool. And she's also I think she's like an executive producer or something on that show, which is pretty cool too. But good to see you, buddy. So anyways, here's our NPC reactions. Love that. Nice. I actually like this rule, by the way, better. I like this rule a lot better than the actual D&D rule. And you know what? I'm going to steal this for future purposes of running BX D&D. And by the way, if you don't think I still run this game, as I said, I've got my laminated phase declaration cards here. And trust me, these did not come with the game. These were, I say recent, but I added them like 5 years ago. But these are my additions to the game from my years of playing. I still play it all the time. Oh, I got that. What do we got in here? Ooh, what's this? What's this? Is this? Oh, it's Derek's basic Dungeons and Dragons house rule document. Oh, ooh. Good stuff. Yeah, no, these are awesome. You just, when you play, everybody gets a stack of these. They say like movement, melee, magic, withdraw, and then basically when we go around and we just, I go, okay, we're declaring, and then you just throw the card down in front of you, and then we roll the group initiative, and that's how we do phase decided initiative. Anyways, it's really fast, it's really fun, it's really exciting, and it's a lot of fun, and you'll be like, oh my god, why did I ever play? Why did we ever play that? Yes, a factual concept. It is indeed a factual concept. That's funny that you said that. There was an old joke that we used to make in high school about this subsystem I made. It was called Speed. It was a really badly designed initiative system for Dragonlance, and it was called Speed, a factual concept. I remember that. Oh, you were referencing the joke. Okay, well, shit. Props to you. Okay. That's crazy that you knew my inside joke. Yeah, good to see you too, buddy. Hope you're doing well. We should hang out sometime. I'm unemployed and I'm free all the time. And I'm hoping I can get this fund up and I can buy some StarCraft games, and then we can play some StarCraft miniatures games. That's true. It's become part of our genre now. But anyways, I wanted to say, I'm going to steal this rule. I never liked that the NPC reaction was reliant upon a person's charisma, because it doesn't make any sense. Number one, like, why do the orcs care how attractive or charismatic you are when this is their initial approximation? Like, I could understand potentially if like you're in a human location, or like if you're in like a town or something like that, that maybe people's initial reaction is based off of your farming aura, your aura farming and your good looks or whatever. But it never made sense to me why orcs would care about that. But obviously, if you have a way with words, you can use that a la your good presence / charisma. So I like that, the idea of using this reaction table straight up and then modifying it with the hero's presence only when, they are trying to convince an enemy to end combat or for any other type of interaction, and adding the presence to the 2d6 roll if they make their influence check passed. That's a really cool system, and I think I will be stealing that and purposing for that. As an aside, another tangent, one of the things I've talked about at length on this channel is dynamic random encounter tables. And what I do with dynamic random encounter tables is I try to make the different monsters on it change and reflect what's happening in the fiction of our area. So if we're if this random encounter table represents the Silver Frost woods, then when a pack of winter wolves moves in and starts taking over, I'm going to add more winter wolves to my random encounter table, or I'm going to move the winter wolves from, usually it's some sort of bell curve. So I'm going to move them from, the 2 or the 3 spot on a 2d10 roll to maybe the 5 or the 6 spot, because they're going to become more common. However, I also like to, as heroes interact with different factions, I like to add penalties or subtractions to subsequent NPC reaction rolls. So if they've fought goblins several times and those encounters have ended badly, especially if some of the goblins, say, escaped, or the goblins found evidence that their people were killed and the heroes, I might say the reaction roll for any future goblins from that tribe or from that group might be like 2d6 minus 3. So the best that you could hope to get is untrusting, and you're much more likely to get a low result. Anyways, No. I mean, it's part of the allure of playing. I mean, if I'm playing a game like that, it's not low prep, it's not no prep. It's just it's usually just me jotting it down on the random encounter table, which is just a piece of notebook paper with something printed out, some sort of spreadsheet or something like that, and I just jot down +1, +2, -2, -3. That's it. I'm just using the table. But also, like I said, I mean, if I'm playing a game like that, those games tend to be a little bit more simulationist heavy. So there tends to be a little bit more, meat on the bones. So we've got heroes first, but there is a variant rule where the heroes act clockwise from the GM, or you could roll initiative. So again, making it more 5e friendly and compatible. We've already covered this before, but I do like this defending thing. Again, the monsters just attack, so the players have to choose to block or dodge. And by the way, when you do that, you ignore one of the attack's highest rolled damage dice. So you can't ever, unless the monster's only rolling, I imagine, one damage die, which I like. I like that maybe for a weak attack, you could potentially dodge or block it entirely. But from a very powerful attack, let's say, I don't know, the monster's rolling 2d6. If they roll a 6 and a 2, you can dodge or block that 6, but you can't get rid of the 2, which I like. That's cool. That's a good, difference there. And then, of course, your armor then subtracts an additional damage off of that. So you kind of get this multi-stage thing. Very cool. Very simulationist. Very cool. Is it slower? Yeah. So is that as pulpy? Maybe. I don't know. I mean, obviously the GM isn't making an attack roll, which I like, but yeah, generally. Cool. So here's the information about running enemies. We talked about this before about how they have advice for the enemy, whether they're basically a frontliner or a backliner. We talked about the morale rules. A GM can always choose from the actions available to the enemy. However, their actions are listed in order of priority for how they would most typically use them. If the topmost action isn't available, go down the list to the next one. Interesting. So this is definitely leaning more towards that solo playability as well. But I do like the idea of monster scripts. I think it's kind of cool, and I think it's a little bit fun, and I think kind of removes some of the bias for the GM, allows them to be a little bit more detached. Multiple actions allow it to take multiple actions with its turns. If one of the actions isn't available, it can still use the multi-action objects. Ooh, recharging. Recharging is a very, very annoying mechanic. It's annoying. It was annoying in 4th edition when they introduced it. It's annoying in 5th edition, and I'm going to guess that it's annoying here. I am personally not a fan of recharge mechanics. They are always and inevitably incredibly fiddly. Not to mention, if a count die is indicated, this die is rolled each round. Rolling them is even the worst part. It's just an extra level of stuff like that. I'm just not a fan of these. I've been using them for 15 plus years, even longer, since 4th edition, and I didn't like them 18 years. I didn't like them in 4th edition. I kind of don't like them now. I just think that they are annoying, and I forget to roll them, or it's very swingy and it's very volatile, and there's so many dice and so many other things going on, and keeping track of which monsters on which recharge and blah blah blah. It's just annoying. Keep in mind that if a count die is used, now you got to track which die it's counting down to. So if it's like a D8 countdown die, it's like it only decays on a 1. So what are the odds that it even recharges? And then not only that, what are you going to do? Keep that die separate? Like, no, you're inevitably going to like roll it with a bunch of other dice, and you're going to forget which die it was. I'm not a fan. I will agree cooldowns work a lot better if the computer tracks them 100%. But yeah, I am generally speaking not a fan of that. Now, this monster, sure. It's a griffin. We can see number appearing is random. It's D4. So very old school coded in that way. Is it 1? Is it 4? Who the hell knows? I'm not quite sure what this means. TL 3.7. But I mean, when I look at this monster, it is just, it's just a bag of hit points that does damage. But I mean, I guess that's what griffins have always been. But There's nothing like super special about this tech. Well, the armor is 2. And I'm going to guess chainmail works as armor. I'm guessing it's a rules thing, maybe. I don't know. It also is apparently weak to shock damage. Fried chicken. Back to these isometric little descriptions here, which I like. So again, a frontliner monster will engage, a midliner will engage, but if it is greater than half health, it will engage and fall back. If it's greater than half, it'll stay engaged. If it's less than half hit points, it will fall back. And a backliner will always stay back. Very simple, very quick, very easy. Even that level of advice, I think, is very useful for GMs. And I think that's really cool. Even if you're not playing the solo rules, I think monsters help a lot when they give advice for GMs to be like, hey, you've maybe never looked at this stat block before in your life, and now you're running this monster, and what is supposed to be a fast and furious combat, here is some generic advice that apply, like, because it's one thing to like give specific tactics for each monster. That can be useful, but then you still have to like read it. Once you know what frontline, midline, and backline means, you get it, you understand it. Is it the most hyper tactical thing ever? No, but it provides a great baseline, and I think this is a tremendously useful system. So I actually like this, and I love this image. I like this midline one particularly. I think it's really great, which is great. Exploration. So we've got, dungeon crawling. Now it's interesting because we talked about how this game is all about pulp fantasy, and the truth of the matter is, I don't think dungeon crawling is particularly pulpy, if I'm being honest with you. I think a lot of people talk about pulp and pulp mechanics, and then they talk about dungeons. And I don't think dungeons are particularly pulpy. Not like in the Conan way, at least. Or like the Elric of Melnibone way. I don't think that they are. Maybe now, an ancient Cyclopean ruin? Sure. But like the, crawling part, where you're like going from room to room to room, I don't think that part is particularly pulpy, like in my mind, a pulp dungeon would be more like a point crawl. And even then it would probably be like a, 5-room type dungeon. The game is very old school, but it still uses a search spot rule, which is interesting. Especially since the game kind of it felt like the game had sort of like a rulings over rules. We use role play to deal with social encounters, right? It seemed to be leaning like we only use combat rules for combat because we want it to be fast and furious in fiction. But then you have spot hidden. So, which is interesting. Now, to be clear, it does say if you actually spend time, you'll find it, So basically take 20 rule. I mean, you could say that this is something special, but 3rd edition had this. It was called Take 20. One of the greatest rules of all time that they got rid of, by the way. Cole, there's a great bit in Playing at the World where Peterson points out that dungeon crawling doesn't really come from fantasy fiction. Correct. It doesn't. It comes from Dave Arneson's Blackmore campaign, where they were literally going into the dungeon of a castle, and they just had a lot of fun with it, and it kind of expanded from there. Now, that's a fun rule. If it's ever unclear who may be targeted by a trap, default to the heroes who have the lowest amount of luck in their luck pool. That's fun. Travel. Oh, yes. We've got the great old, keel boats and galleys and caravels, and we're obsessing over slots, and then it's like here's your 3,000 slot galley. Again, I'm gonna be honest with you. I played D&D for 30 plus years. I have never once used these rules ever. Which isn't to say that characters haven't owned boats. They have. But the exact pound capacity of their boat has never been an issue once. Now, maybe I'm just not running the kind of games that you guys are, but yeah. So here we go for traveling. Yeah, 3,000 slots mean we're good. That's what that means. Once you benefit from a rest, you can travel for 2 shifts. That's 12 hours. After that, any shift you travel until you rest again will give you 1 fatigue. Remember, 5 fatigue kills you. So this is basically the forced march rule. So basically, every time you take a rest, you can get 2. So you rest for 6 hours. You can hike, march for 12 hours. And then you either have to rest again or hang out. But you can't you can't keep marching unless you rest again. We have a procedure, so it is hex crawling procedure. The party appoints a navigator. They move into the hex. They roll the complication table. If an adjacent hex, so this is assuming a blank hex map, because if adjacent hexes to the new hexes have not been revealed, we do so now. So this is definitely like a fog of war hex assumption. I've talked about before about how I have certain core problems with fog of war hexes, which is to say, I think players not having any clue what's out there is problematic from an agency perspective. Again, I think the One Ring does a really great job of this by having a very detailed hex map in the back of the book, which is for the GM. And then the front cover has, the classic sort of pencil drawn map of Eriador, pointing out quite rightly that most people in a, medieval fantasy world would have no idea, even for this level of fidelity of a map. But because the players are well-traveled, veteran adventurers and explorers, they have a better passing knowledge. But it is not a complete fidelity of map, but they can still look at the map and go, oh, I know that this river, leads to the Weather Hills, like you may not know exactly which hex the Weather Hills start at, but that, I know where the Mississippi River is, and I know what the Mississippi River does, and I know where the Mississippi River roughly flows. And I don't, I'm not from the Mississippi river area. I've actually in a car, I've only actually crossed the Mississippi River 2 or 3 times. But my point is that the geographical features should be known. Maybe the exact specifics of a hex. And I've covered this before many times on hex maps. I'm not going to talk about this, but see my Forbidden Lands games. See my gushing about the One Ring. We can forage. We have biomes making us move half as much. It's a D66 table. We can get lost. We can get into a fog or a sandstorm. Instead of a complication, you can choose to have a random encounter on an 11 to 16. So interesting. So the choice to have a fight is in the GM's hand, because on an 11, so if you roll a 1 on the first D6, right? So that's a 1 in 6 chance, basically, that you're going to get some kind of complication. The second D6 determines what kind of complication. Alternatively, the GM can choose for it to be a random encounter. That doesn't necessarily mean a fight, especially in a game, as I've said. I mean, I cannot stress to you how awesome playing old school D&D is when you actually use reaction rolls, because now instead of saying, oh, a random encounter means a fight, no, a random encounter means a random encounter. And that is such a different vibe. I cannot stress it enough. And some quests will have their own random encounter table too. Actually, you know what? I'm going to say it. Yes, this introduces GM bias into the equation, but I actually like this rule because sometimes you just don't want to have a fight, and sometimes you do. And, and obviously a GM can always do whatever they want anyways, but and no one can stop them, I guess. But lost always feels really bad. There's no situation, Simon, where lost doesn't feel bad. But, again, get into our thing about travel versus exploration versus journeying, right? And If you're trying to get somewhere, lost is super annoying. Although, to be clear, this is still not the worst lost rule we've seen. The worst lost rules is where the players think they're in hex A, but the GM now has to secretly track that they're in hex C, and then the players continue to make rolls, and now the GM has to like secretly track their location, and they're making maps and adjustments and adding a thing, and it's all wrong, and the GM's lying to them the entire time. But yeah, exactly. Sometimes you've had enough fights, and other times you're just itching for a little of excitement and to, whatever. And it's very true. It's very true. Also, too, sometimes, like, especially if you're traveling, as a GM, you're kind of like, I want to get, you're like, I want them to get to the dungeon tonight. I don't want to make it a free lunch. So yeah, they might have to face a hazard and take some damage from an avalanche or whatever like that. But I don't really have time or want to, deal with a combat encounter right now. Although I will point out that in a overland rule system where 6 hours of rest immediately restores you to full hit points, having something like this is almost meaningless unless it, I guess, straight up kills you. Tundalus says, yeah, you swayed me a lot on this. Getting lost will likely be removed when I rewrite my travel rules. Ooh, fun. I look forward to that. Again, I'm not against consequences. I'm just against that specific consequence. Yes, I agree with that, Anna. I agree. Like when the players are in on when it's a meta thing and they might end up going into a dangerous location that they didn't mean to, but they know that they're in that location now, and it doesn't like ruin their map. Yeah, and especially if they could still kind of make progress or something like that. I think that's a lot more interesting. Anyways, I like this rule. All right, we've got downtime rules. Typically, these take 6 hours to complete a shift. Zetram, I mean, it's not my favorite, but as long as the players, at least the players know what hex they ended up in, at least it's not like the worst thing in the world, but I would say, generally speaking, yeah, ending up in the wrong hex, generally speaking, is like you got lost, you're not where you thought you were supposed to be or whatever. So we got foraging, we've got crafting, we've got hunting, we've got studying. If you study, so again, these typically take a shift to complete. Okay. If you study, you gain a studied die, which you can spend to gain favor on a D20 roll you make in the next day. You must do so before that D20 roll resolves. You lose any unspent study dice after a day. Additionally, you can change a choice offered by one of your class features when you study. So it's a in-the-field retraining rule, apparently. Interesting. But also, you basically get a floating D6 that you can add. The number of rations you can harvest equals a monster's hit or equals a creature's HP. Interesting. Weirdly specific, but all right. So that's it. Those are the rules. These are the downtime rules. You can craft, forage, or hunt, or study. Hey, the self-confessed cynic is here, and we're closing in on our $50 super chat goal. But don't forget about that tip goal, people. The StarCraft miniatures must be bought. Just got here. Like it so far. Yeah, yes. It is a little bit more trad than I thought it was going to be. I like that it's player facing. That's really cool. I like that it uses a single stat DC roll over system. It's kind of like the One Ring in that way. I like that. There's a couple of cool little rules tucked in there that I thought were really interesting and neat. But there's also some very weirdly tonally inconsistent stuff for me. Remember, it's a first look. It's not a review. It's not a critique. Like the game is supposed to be about like pulp power. I think he said power violence or violent power fantasy or violence and power fantasy or something like that. But then it has rules for like, you know, how durable like the wooden door is versus the metal window frame. I thought that was a little strange for sure. So it feels like there's certain elements that just kind of seem stuck in there. You know, I myself am a big fan of crafting systems where, you know, you actually have to get stuff and make stuff. Janitor says, this stream made me realize I should throw out my object health rules. Look, I'm not trying to tell anybody I'm not trying to yuck anybody's yum. Like if it works for you, you know, that's great. But I'm just saying from my personal take and the type of game, you know, that I'm playing, that kind of thing has never really mattered. And I've even played pretty simulationist games, and I, quite frankly, have never really noted or cared. So, Scotty F. Oh no.
Scotty Fournier tipped $25. There was a time when this type of game would have sung to me, but I think those days are behind me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think what this game is. This game, I mean, his inspirations for it were games like Shadow Dark and Black Hack and Black Sword Hack and White Sword Hack and Into the Odd and Mouse Ritter. And I mean, you could see that DNA written in here for sure. And there it is doing some things about that, but it still feels like there's a pretty strong trad, you know, base here for sure. I'm not 100% sold on it yet. I like it. Again, I mean, of course I'm going to like it. It's got reaction rolls. It's got morale rolls. It's got all the rules, you know, that I love. But why would I play this over BXD&D? I don't know. You know, I mean, I'm a tough critic in that respect, you know. Vin says, oh, thank you, by the way, Scotty. I really appreciate that. We're at $100 for the StarCraft Minis Fund, which reminds me, I'm going to go grab a quick drink. What is your StarCraft race? All right. Poll is up while I grab something to drink. You got to pick one. Oh, you love to see it. Look at how balanced that is. You love to see it. Fuck, StarCraft is so good. It's not really in this channel's official wheelhouse, but I will say there's a part of me that wants to do a stream just talking about the rules for this miniatures game, because it's just such a great example of how, you know, learning from past games with a very specific design intent, not just from a top-down perspective of we want to make the game feel like StarCraft, which I think is absolutely an important top-down design principle, right? You know, this is a StarCraft miniatures game. It should feel like StarCraft, so top-down. But there's also a lot of bottom-up elements in this design where they said, how do we actually make this a better miniatures game than its predecessors and the games that are, you know, tied or shackled to these legacy ideals, which maybe, quite frankly, you know, aren't ideal. And I've played a lot of miniatures games in my lifetime, not as many not as many people. I'm always been more of a role playing game and a board gamer, but I've played a lot of miniatures games, and I have to say, the rules really intrigue me. And then I got to demo it at Gamma, and it was fast and fun, and like the game uses carrots instead of sticks in most places. It's a really interesting concept of design from that perspective. Very cool. And I can't remember what I was reading, but I was reading something. Oh man, what was I reading? But I was reading something or watching something the other day, and they were talking about, it wasn't about role-playing games, but the things they were talking about from a design perspective, I was like, man, this sounds like us talking about role-playing games. Anyways, 1099. That's, I mean, and by the way, Terran is my favorite. So if I had to vote, it would be Terran. But you love to see it. Like, that is just that's so awesome, you know? Love it. Zealots were just too cool for me not to pick Protoss. Yeah, I mean, Zealots are still very cool in this game, and some of the things that they defer were really cool. You know, it's very cool. Just big fan of it. A single stat DC rollover similar to Tor this is what I'm switching to as well. Yeah, it's a vibe. Yeah, it's really great. Now, obviously, I think the One Ring has a little bit of an advantage because, you know, it's got only 3 stats. This game has 6. But I think that, because again, I cannot stress this enough. In this game, just like in the One Ring, it is DC 20 minus your stat, okay? And that's your target DC. And that's a static DC. That is functionally no different than the DC just always being 20 and you rolling D20 and adding your stat. But by doing the calculation in advance, by seeing your DC drop from, you know, 20 down to 14 or whatever, it's I think, well, number 1, it's faster, but number 2, it's very satisfying. And those are those little minor tweaks of play that I think can really make a huge difference. And I think that's really, really important. Sorry. So siege tanks are coming out in wave 2. They're not a part of the initial release, but the second wave, which is going to come out this summer, like the game is pre-ordering now. I think it releases in like early May. And then I think in June or July, I think is when the heavy weapons drops. So you're going to get siege tanks. You're going to get lurkers and stuff like that. But yeah. Hey, what's up, Dirty Phil? Just getting off work, driving home. Thanks for the video and something to listen to as I drive an hour and a half home. Oh my God, Dirty Phil. That's a long, long drive. Thank you for the donation, Dirty Phil. Thank you for filling up our super chat. Appreciate you there so much. Enjoy the video. Hopefully you find this an interesting game. A lot to enjoy there. Yeah, there are going to be siege tanks. There's already Goliaths. There's Queens. They've got plans for Scouts, Wraiths, Banshees. You know, all this other stuff. The only thing now it is 1-to-1 ratio. So you're not going to get battle cruisers because like battle cruisers are like the size of like an aircraft carrier. So even in the StarCraft like the StarCraft RTS, they were way out of scope. A fun thing that you can do is there's actually a StarCraft 2 mod, and you could download it, but you could just go look it up on YouTube, where it's called like actual size or like realistic scale StarCraft. And they actually make the battle cruisers, you know, like the size of like an aircraft carrier. And so like when you summon one, it's like, you know, the zoom is that it zooms out, and now the Marines are like little specks, you know, flying like on the ground. But yeah. It's like a real scale. It's a really funny. It's not even remotely practical, but it is kind of funny and interesting. But there are some units in StarCraft, mostly the capital ships, carriers. You know, depending on what version of StarCraft you play, but like carriers, battle cruisers, maybe like you know, void rays or whatever that are just mothership that are just too big. But other than that, I like you will see Ultralisks. I'm convinced of it. You're going to get siege tanks and stuff. I think it'll be really cool. All right. 3 Marines and a bat. That's old school. That's Brood War, buddy. StarCraft 2 is great. I love StarCraft 2, but yeah, I played Brood War is way more. Oh, fun thing, which is really cool. Okay, I'm gushing now, but sorry. Is that they have talked about, obviously the sculpts are sort of more reminiscent of StarCraft 2. I mean, let's call it what it is. StarCraft 2 is like almost 20 years old or something at this point. It's crazy how old it is. But they are going to do I guess they're going to do a wave of releases that are with the old like aesthetic. So like it's going to look less like StarCraft 2 and more like the old school StarCraft 1 and Brood War models. However, that being said, the initial wave of releases for Terran is Marines, Marauders, but then Goliaths and Medics. So, Medics and Goliaths were not in StarCraft 2. Those are from StarCraft. Those are from StarCraft 1. But Marauders are from StarCraft 2. So, technically you had medics in like the campaigns, but like the multiplayer version didn't have medics in StarCraft 2. And I much prefer medics to medevacs. I just think I love Bio Terran. And so I'm excited to just run like mass, Marauders, Marines, and medics, right? 3M. I think it'll be really cool. I just realized, how are cattle considered wild game? Maybe it means like, like an auroch or something like that, like a buffalo or something. You shoot 15 cattle while wild gaming, but you can only carry back 50 pounds to the wagon, right? Oh yeah. Old Brood War land parties. Oh yeah. Good stuff. All right. So let's get into hero creation. So, the classic, here's a table, choose, or you could roll. I like the number though. This is cool. This is very Dragonbane-esque, right? Where human is slanted. Choose a class, or you can roll. Choose a stat line or roll a d12. Which again, I like. I would prefer to roll, but this is actually very similar to the way that the One Ring does it. One Ring has 6 stat lines, and you roll a d6 to determine which one you get. You start with 3 gold, 300 silver of wealth. Respect. We should be using hundreds instead of tens. We should be using 100 copper to 1 silver and 100 silver to 1 gold. It makes the treasure scale a lot better and makes it less awkward, especially if you're using a legitimate, a copper economy. If a copper is $1, then a silver is a $100 bill, right? And then a gold is, $10,000. It's a real number, it feels like a real treasure. So, somebody having a small pouch of gold is like, having $200,000. So I think hundreds is absolutely the way to go. The classic D&D trope of, just like hundreds of thousands of gold pieces is just so insane. Silver is the way to go. And if you've ever read a Conan novel, dude may he might be like paid to like assassinate a king, and like, they press a single gold coin into his palm, and he's like, already kind of like, oh my God, this is too much. And he goes, and if you do it before the fortnight is done, another coin is yours. And it's like, that's more money than I've ever seen in my entire life. That's cool. I like that. So see, the details I actually do like are very slim and very small. The things that I cling onto are just these really tiny little finger holds. But I like that he's using hundreds instead of tens, which is really cool. So here we have. So this is what our stats do. Might is used for your max hit points, the number of inventory slots you have. It's used for your endurance saves, and it's used for brawl and melee. Max hit points is equal to your might times your level. Okay, so if your might is 3, you start with 3 hit points. Okay. Dex is your speed. It's also used for reflex, finesse, and sneak. I've never understood why being more dexterous means that you can travel overland faster or more. Or really at all. Never really quite understood tying dexterity to ground speed. If I'm being completely honest with you, I don't really understand it. I mean, I guess it has to be picked to something, but it doesn't really make sense to me. Anyways, it's used for sneaking and for doing pickpocketing and attacking with finesse weapons and the like. Also, if we're being completely honest here, I'm actually going to give him big props. I don't like dexterity for ranged attacks. Dexterity is how like nimble you are with your fingertips, right? That's what dexterity really means. Someone who's dexterous would be good at lockpicking. That makes total sense, you know, or that little like ring game at the carnival. But you know, your ability to fire a ranged weapon really should rely more on your aim, you know, if anything. You know, I don't know if it's your intelligence or your perception, but I noticed that it doesn't include here your ranged attacking. So I actually give that big respect. We had a super chat from Self-Confessed Cynic says, shout out to the Starfinder 2nd edition credit economy, which is awful. Right, the classic person with the bow with the really weak, you know, the really weak character that uses a bow. It's like, I have watched those people with the bows, you know. Well, not to beat a dead horse here, Duncan, but see, that to me is agile, not dexterous, but you know, who's counting? Awareness is used for reflex, detection, mysticism, and ranged attacks. Okay, I like that. All right, so we tie ranged attacks to awareness. That's cool. I like that. I actually like that a lot. Reason is used for our will saves and also Arcana, Craft, and Medicine. Presence is used for will saves as well as Influence, Leadership, and Performance check. Lastly, Luck is just used for luck. You have a pool of luck points equal to your luck stat, which you can spend as detailed below. You regain spent luck whenever you rest. You can spend 1 luck to do the following. Grant favor on a d20 roll. Now, I do think it's a little bit of a mistake. You have to assume that people are playing 5e. Calling this advantage, and then you grant favor on a d20 roll, and what that means is that you're adding a d6. So that's a little bit of a strange. But it is a meta currency. You can also do a fluke. Reroll an unresolved die you rolled. Okay. So basically, we have rerolls. But I believe this means that you can't know what the result of the die roll was. Okay, I have problems with rerolls in general, but I have a really big problem because I don't know about you, but as a GM, you know, like how would you not know if you hit or not? You're rolling against your static DC, so never mind. So you would know if you failed. But luck points aren't like a hero point. Yeah, we would know the results. So I don't know what unresolved die means. Exactly, but the thing is, though, you get your luck points back whenever you rest. So, like, re-rolling when you get a resource that's not really that much of like a precious resource, and it's not like the end of the world. But I mean, I'm assuming that you could just keep spending all your luck and just keep re-rolling and just keep re-rolling and just keep re-rolling and stuff like that. I don't know. For solo or co-op play or playing without a healer, this variant rule for luck is recommended. Once per round, if you are reduced to 0 hit points, you can spend 1 luck and regain D6 hit points. When the game needs to randomly determine who gets fucked over, pick the person with the lowest luck. I actually kind of like that rule. It's fun. It's very flavorful. It doesn't really take a whole lot of effort, and it's a great way to punish people who use up all their luck, which I also like. Granted, it could also feel like it's punishing you for using your luck, so maybe it has the opposite effect of what you're intending. I don't know. I'd have to think about that one. Because now people might be like, well, I'm not going to use my luck because then it'll fuck somebody over. Or you could like meta it. And so like if a character has a bunch of hit points left, they'll spend a bunch of luck so that they now have the lowest luck. And that way, if something has to get randomly determined who it's going to hit, it's going to hit the PC with the lowest luck. Or maybe I'm just overthinking it. But if you want to know why, tactical luck. Right, you're metagaming your meta currency that uses a meta mechanic.
I am strong, strong, strong.
I'm not going to disagree with you, Tundalus, because commonplace re-rolling is a huge detriment to dice games, in my opinion. I'm not saying it's literally the whole. It's not literally the same thing, but it's kind of like tables like this, where it goes, roll to determine your stat line, or just choose. And it's like, well, which is it? Pick one. Don't be a coward. Just pick one. If you want it to just be choose, make it choose. Now, to be clear, I don't mind re-rolling if it's a push your luck mechanic. Like, I actually think the re-rolling in Forbidden Lands is really interesting because when you roll your dice in Forbidden Lands, you could roll all the ones in the world and they don't hurt you. But if you re-roll, right, it turns on the ones to be bad, and now they can damage. They can decay your results. But the other thing that's nice about the reroll mechanics of Forbidden Lands is, by definition, because you leave successes where they're at and you pick up the dice that weren't successes, yes, it is possible that you will generate no more successes, but you can never roll worse. So at least there's that, And generally speaking, I do agree with Simon. Rerolling is a Band-Aid fix to a swingy system that you don't want to be unpredictable. Well, it's not necessarily a Band-Aid fix because this game might not really particularly care about, balance the way that, say, PF2 does. I would argue that hero points are a Band-Aid fix in PF2, particularly the stabilize use of hero points. What they are is an attempt to give players more agency over randomness, Anyways, we've got saves, and we've got our ancestries. So that's it. That's it for character checks. Human, you get a +1 to one of your stats. You also get a perk and a training. Remember, training doubles your stat for purposes of your skill. Dwarf, you're not blinded by the dark. You have plus D6 favor on saves against being frightened, sickened, or shoved. And you get bonus to your max HP equal to your level. Cool. Elf eyes get favor on sight-based detect checks. Got dragon people, halfling people. Orcs and goblins, who are also not blinded by the dark. Blinded by the dark. All right. Pretty basic, pretty simple. I don't hate them. I don't, there's not a lot of meat on the bones, but that's okay. This art, a little bit, I like this art a little bit more. I will say I do like the cloven hoofed orc. That's a cool piece of art. I never really thought about that. It's kind of like a goat orc or something. I don't know. More pig-like, I guess, is actually the answer. I was supposed it's got the cloven hooves, with the tusks and the pig nose. But I do like this orc. That's pretty cool. How many ancestries do you think is enough? 6 to 8. Somewhere in that neighborhood. Yeah, I saw that. Type cryptid. Nice. I think, going on a separate conversation, the One Ring is particularly interesting because in the One Ring, it's not just a race, right? It's a culture. And yeah, race is part of your culture, but there might be if you're a human from the Bree and the areas around Bree, you're different, right, than a human that's say from Dale or from Ravanian. Which is interesting. But also, too, in One Ring, which I think is really cool, is that your culture, your race, your background, your history, actually kind of means more to your character and your stats and your skill stuff than your class, which is almost a very small part of your character. Daggerheart has a lot, but also, to be completely fair to the people who make Daggerheart and play Daggerheart and enjoy Daggerheart and enjoy Critical Role, Daggerheart is definitely a game as a trying to make a game for the people who play it. These are people who love like the OC character concept, right? These are the people who it's all about making a cool character rather than discovering or exploring or finding a cool character. Part of the thing with all the weird classes and all the weird ancestries is this attempt, I think, by a lot of people to make your character, I don't want to say it's like cheap, but it's like you're trying to buy your coolness, rather than like earning it. And, it's like some people think that if they pick a weird enough ancestry with a strange enough background, with a weird enough class and a cool enough build, that will make their character, interesting and cool and unique. And for some people, it makes a big deal, but for me, it's not. And I don't care about that. I've said this before a million times. I don't like builds. I don't do builds. I don't sit there. I've never sat there and just made characters for the sake of making them. I find that to be, quite frankly, boring, but also pointless. I like discovering who my character is. So yeah, I think Daggerheart is a very character-driven. I think the term from that one article, which I don't 100% agree with, right? The 6 traditions of play calls it like the OC trad or whatever. Right, the original character trad. Right, Duncan. It's also a case where if the only place where the characters really have agency is in the character building concept, then that's going to be an area where they're going to really focus. And that also makes sense why that's the most fun part for most people, because that's the part where they really get a lot of input and a lot of say, right? Okay, so class. You gain levels in a class. Your max hit points increases, right? It's level times your might. You get new and improved class features at each level. On even levels, one of your stats goes up by 1 to a max of 7. On odd levels, you gain a perk, as shown in the class table. So you go stat, perk, stat, perk, stat, perk, stat, perk. Cool. There are 2 methods to determine whether heroes gain a level. There is either the XP questionnaire, of which I'm a big fan, or destiny. So after each session, ask each of these questions and mark 1 XP for each yes that you can give. Did you complete a quest? Did you fail and allow the fail to resolve? Did you pass a hindered check? Did you make a discovery? Did you loot at least 50 gold of treasure? So there's a lot to take in here. These are very narrativist forward mechanics, XP questions. This is basically saying you should go on quests and try to complete them. You should try to do things that are difficult that you will fail. So you don't just do the things that you're really good at. You should not only be looking, you should be looking to find situations where you are hindered, because if you pass it anyways, you get to mark experience points. So don't view being hindered as a penalty, view it as an opportunity. Did you make a discovery? So you should be trying to figure things out, learn more about the world. And also, did you loot treasure? So the core XP questionnaire really sets the tone for your game. And I actually think that in general, you can really just take this idea and as a group sit down and make your own XP questionnaire for pretty much any game and kind of determine what do we want our game to be about. Alternatively, you could just do milestone experience, and the GM will tell you when you level up. So the GM will create a milestone path, and every time you level up, every time you reach one of those milestones, you level up. And that's, the very linear plot, right? So you can see here. Once they clear out the mage's tower and discover the MacGuffin, they level up. Once they close the wild portal and they foil the mage, they level up. Once they uncover the plot to assassinate the king from the past, once they, so a lot of these things are like, well, they just assume that these things are going to happen. They must happen. They will happen. That's your character's destiny. And I will freely admit I'm not a huge fan of milestone. Now, how much XP do you need to level? 5 per level, straight up. So, by the way, 5 per level is if you say yes to all 5 of the XP questionnaires, you will level every session. In which case, your campaign, assuming you go to level 1 through 10, will take 2 to 5 months. Normally, you need 5 times how much you need your level. That's going to take 5 to 12 months. Epic is 7 and Saga is 10x, in which case you could be looking at a 2-year or more campaign. Now, going to the poll. Assuming that you were playing a old school, assuming you were playing an OSR, a new SR type game, levels 1 to 10, what pace would you want to play? Would you want the 2 to 3 months? Sorry, 2 to 5 months. 5 to 12 months, 1 to 2 years, 2+ years. I'm curious what people say here. Vote. Remember, it's a 1 to 10 game. We can clearly say no. Very, very few of you want a 2+ year campaign. That's interesting. I think I'm personally in the 5 to 12 month range myself. Now, I'm a little hesitant because traditionally, these old school games don't have a whole lot of meat on the bones, and I get kind of bored with it. But this game sounds like it has, some actual progression to be looking forward to. In what hobby is it reasonable to spend 2 years to finish a game? Well, role-playing games for like the first 40 years of their existence. I mean, that was pretty much the given. Right. I mean, that's the problem, KC, right? We're at this part of our life where if we start measuring things in years, it gets really depressing really fast. Yeah, I mean, 1 to 2, I think is definitely, also Boothby, correct me if I'm wrong, but you mostly have run a lot of 20 level games, right? So that's a big difference between, 10 level games. Oh, a 4-year D&D campaign that ended at level 12. Ooh, were you playing like once a month? That's interesting. Every other week. Okay. It's still pretty bad, but not, crazy. But yeah. All right. It's interesting. I like 5 to 12 months. I think that's where I'm personally at these days. Like if a campaign goes for like 6 months, I'm pretty happy with that. If it goes for a full year, I'd also be pretty happy about that. It's true. It's true. We should measure hours of play, but so much of stuff happens on a session by session basis, you know? All right. Well, we also have a rule for starting at level 0, right? So you basically you don't take a class until you get to level 1. You know, you kind of start off as just a nobody, which is kind of cool. Fun little additional a little thing there. Smith, I remember a very early game. I think it was an AD&D. Okay, actually, now that I think about it, it was an AD&D second edition campaign, and this was before I read Emerald Wheel of Time. But Smith had already read Eye of the World, and we started in a small farming village called Emerald Field, and there were dark fiends, and troll orcs or something like that were attacking us. Yeah. And my character was a smith. No, I don't remember what my character was, but we were 0th level characters. But there was somebody who was really strong and was the blacksmith apprentice. And then obviously it was very much Wheel of Time, Eye of the World. All right, so then we have 12 or 14 classes. Now each class is 2 pages. One page is just a piece of art. The other page has things like, just like quotes and media touchstones and tactical advice for playing it and a complexity rating. So these are very basic classes, but you can see that you basically get a perk at levels 3, 5, 7, 9. You get class abilities at levels 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. And of course, remember, you also get stat bonuses at 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. So we'll take a look at a couple of them. We'll look at the Alchemist because it's right here. So this is a low defense, high damage, and utility blaster. It is recommended that you stay far from your enemies and use your alchemical items. Your action is primarily to use, either to craft or attack. You should start with the Alchemist or Assassin package. You should be moving to the back line. You should be buffing your reason still. You start with no weapons training. Now, that doesn't mean you can't use a weapon. You could use any weapon. You just are rolling, 20 minus your might instead of 20 minus your double your might. You start with craft and 4 other skills trained. Remember, training doubles your stat. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but if my character was a human or something like that, or maybe even if it wasn't a human, I could have a 7 in my, let's say, reason at the start of the game. If I was trained in a skill, okay, so my DC for a reason-based skill would be 20 minus 7, or a 13 or higher on a D20. If that was trained, it would be doubled. So that would be 7 times 2, 14, which would be a 20 minus a 14, and I would have a skill target of 6 for that skill, which means I need to roll a 6 or higher for that skill right at the beginning of the game at level 1. So, you have a 75% chance, basically, of success. Which, honestly, I think that feels right to me. It just feels right to me. What does feel a little weird is that if I'm not trained in a stat or in a skill, but it's reason, and my reason is 7, which is the highest your reason can be, my target is 13, which means I'm like 60% or something likely to fail. So I'm only 40% chance likely to succeed if I have the highest reason you can get in the game. That feels a little weird to me. Maybe it's just me. I don't know what that number should be, but it feels weird. Like, I'm not even 50-50. I'm not even at 50-50. And I have the highest reason that you can get in the game. That feels a little strange to me. So maybe it's just me, but whatever. Okay, we also have formulas for, I guess, our alchemical items that we know, which I would imagine would be in the equipment section. So at first level, we get the alchemy feature. Choose 4 alchemical items with a value which is, by the way, right here. We got known 4. With a value no higher than your alchemist level times 50 silver. You only need 5 silver of materials and alchemical tools to craft them. You learn to craft 1 other alchemical item every other 2 levels. We also get Catalyze, which gives us the Deft Hands perk, but we can also craft alchemical items with the use action, which means basically we can make potions like in the middle of combat is basically what I'm reading this as. At Eureka, we get one of those study die, which is, remember, like a floating D6 that we can add to any roll. Whenever we crit with a craft check. At level 4, we get potency. This turns on our ability of the damage and healing dice of our alchemical items, and now they can explode. That's a cool feature. I like the fact that like it turns on your exploding, but only for certain types of dice. In this case, our alchemical items when we use them for damaging or healing. That's very neat. I like that feature. Mix. If we use the use action to combine 2 alchemical items, both occur. The combined effect only lasts for 1 round and then it goes inert. So we can double up our potion use. But if in the case of like a duration, it only lasts for 1 round. What would untrained success percentage be in Tor? It could be like 0%. Like, yeah, I mean 1 in 12 because you have to roll a Gandalf rune. Is how I would probably say it. The difference in the One Ring is that you have the hope metacurrency. So I guess maybe luck is like a similar thing here, but hope is not luck. It's much more, fungible. Yeah. So your DC is 20 minus your highest stat. So I think the highest stat you can start with is a 7, which would make your DC 13. And your D12 is 1 through 10, and then there's the Eye of Sauron, which is a 0, and the Gandalf rune, which is an automatic success. So even if you rolled a 10, you would fail. To be clear, the One Ring is not Pulp Fantasy, though. The One Ring is a very different vibe. I'm just thinking about like this from a Pulp Fantasy perspective. Brutal. Yes, it is. And then we get Big Bang, which gives us bonus damage to our damage and healing to our items. But they can only explode on our high roll of, and they can explode on our roll of our 2 highest values. I'm not sure that I know what that means. And then Prima Materia, once per day, you can use your action or skip your move to craft an alchemical item even if you don't have the materials. Okay. So then we've got the Barbarian. Grr, arg. Got it. Reroll explode on the 5s and the 6s. Got it. Cool. Well, no, explosion means you rolled the highest on the die. So the die is a D6 or a D8 or whatever, right? Barbarian, a lot simpler, needs might. Your starting abilities are Rage and Wrath. So Rage is first level. While Berserk and wearing light armor or no armor, you reduce damage you take by 1 per damage die. And your attack damage dice are 1 size larger and can explode. Further, you can go berserk after you take damage or as part of making attack. You remain this way for 1 minute unless you end it early or go unconscious. So basically, whenever we take damage or whenever we make an attack, we can start berserking. If we're berserking and we're not wearing any armor or light armor, all the damage we take is -1 per die, and our attack damage dice go up a size and they can explode. Wrath is our other feature, which allows us the Interceptor perk, and we can make its attack against an enemy that makes a range attack, casts, or that damages your ally. Okay, so basically it gives us, I'm assuming, an ability to sort of move out of turn to engage with an enemy, but we can do it whenever they make a range attack, cast a spell, or damage us or our ally. Kind of cool. At Aggressor, we get a 10-foot bonus to speed during the first round of combat. Oh, Berserk is a status. Okay. I forgot that it was a status. You cannot take the cast action or the focus action, and you cannot be frightened, and you do not make morale check. There you go. So it's like, you know, it's like Berserk from like Final Fantasy. And even if you have a bunch of fatigue, you can still rush, which lets you, double move. Fearmonger. If you kill an enemy, every near enemy with hit dice lower than your level becomes frightened. Mindless Rancor. You cannot be charmed, confused, or compelled to act against your will. Bloodthirsty at level 8. Your attacks against beings that are missing any hit points are favored, and you can sense them within far distance as if by blind sight. And lastly, at level 10, Rip and Tear. While you are berserk, you reduce damage you take by 2 per die rather than 1, and you get a +1 bonus to each die of damage that you deal. So pretty bitty. Brick. What is your opinion on support tank barbarian versus DPS barbarian? I am firmly, I think, in the DPS barbarian bucket, but I don't know that I have any particular thoughts on it. I certainly don't think support barbarian is something I really believe in. I think I'm definitely more of a DPS barbarian fan for sure. All right, well, we're not going to do all the classes here, but we've also got bards, which is apparently a 2 out of 5. We have a dancer, which is a 2 out of 5. We have the dude, who is a 3 out of 5. We have the fighter. Okay. Fighter is the 1 out of 5. Hey, look, iconic fighters. Beowulf. What's up, Beowulf? We have the gunslinger, because of course we do. A 3 out of 5. We have the hunter, who is a 2 out of 5. We have the luminary. Nice. Nynaeve, Aerith, Goldmoon, who is a 3 out of 5. Nice. Okay. It's always interesting to see. This is a healer class. The Magus. Some of these quotes are definitely of mood. Like, "Porque no los dos? Mia Aragavador." Old El Paso taco commercial. That's the quote from the class. Literally, the girl from the meme. It is kind of a base quote. We've got a merchant. We have the pugilist. 2 out of 5. We have the revelator. Is this like a paladin? Yeah. These oath-sworn knights hold an honorable vow. They're a 3 out of 5. We have a rogue, a 2 out of 5. A sorcerer, 3 out of 5. A vanguard, a 3 out of 5. And the witch. So there's no 5 out of 5. I was going to stop and look at the 5 out of 5 class, but there was no 5 out of 5 class. I mean, so here's what I'm going to say. We only looked at 2 classes, but I think there's a lot of juice for the squeeze here. Are these classes super deep? Do they have a ton of choices? Do you get a lot of, options? No. Every class is getting the same hex features. Obviously, remember, at 3rd, 5th, 7th, and 9th, you get a perk. The wizard, sorry, is our last one. That's 3. Number 1, we get a lot of classes here. Number 2, we get there's a lot of for a one-page class, it feels like these things are pretty deep. And it feels like there's a lot here on the page, which I kind of like. I didn't see anything about multi-classing. Now, keep in mind, while every class is basically exactly the same because there's no choices, you do get these perks, and the perks, are your choice. So you get 3, 5, 7, and 9, as well as a first level feature. So we have a pretty long list here, from animal companion to botanical mediciner, bookworm, chicanery, diplomat, gish, guardian angel, harmonic resonance, ice knife, mage slayer, medium, necromancer, protector, rally, sentinel. I mean, this is a big, long list. Oh, I mean, they're just future-proofing it, I imagine. Thunderless says, I like the game so far, but I never want to look at a list where I do not qualify for like half or more of the options. I think you clarify. I think you qualify for a lot less than this. By the way, I think multi-classing is terrible. Not terrible, but I just think it's like, what's at that point, I think we should just have like a skill talent-based system anyways. Someone said, look at bully. All right. So to be a bully, you have to be trained in brawl, and you have to have a might of 4 or higher. Checks you make to grapple or shove targets that are smaller than you are favored, and then you can use them as a great club with the brawl property that deals damage to both the target and itself on a hit. Your attacks with it count as maintaining the grapple. All right, that's pretty cool. That's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. That's
I am strong.
Smog approves.
Strong. Strong.
So not only do I like that, obviously you are more advantaged to, literally grapple or shove people that are smaller than you. But then if you do grab them, you can wield them as a great club. It does damage to them and to the target. And then as long as you keep swinging with them, it counts as you maintaining the grapple. So, you can you get to keep using them. Now, is that pulpy? I don't know. Like, for example, cardistry. This lets you be Gambit. Okay? And now you can throw cards from your deck of cards. And it says cards used for an attack magically reappear in the deck. So, I don't know that is, when I think of like sword and sorcery, Conan the Barbarian, Elric of Melnibone, I don't know that I think of us whipping Gambit attacks, So I'm a little unsure about this. However, there are some really, really cool mechanics. Yes, this is way more gonzo than sword and sorcery, I think. Well, here's the thing. The game was all like pulp. So there's an element of pulp, right? Which is like this idea of like weird stories, or like weird fantasy. And the game did say it's going to get weird. Like that's part of their tagline. So yes, cardistry basically lets you be Setzer. Correct. 100%. However, there is a mechanic on this page which I absolutely love. It's called Assured Healer. Healing rolls of your spells explode on a 1. That is a delicious way to take the exploding concept, turn it on its head, and make it what it is, which is assured healing, right? If you roll shitty, you get to roll, more dice. And if those dice are shitty, you get to roll more dice. That is delicious. That is such a clever use of the exploding technique in a way that you wouldn't traditionally think of the exploding technique, or exploding dice. That's cool. That's a cool little bit of game design. I don't know if that was inspired by another game or if Indestructible made that up, but that one stuck out to me. Just quickly glancing at this stuff here, that was a cool one. That's one of those ones that I'm like filing for the back of my head if I ever do exploding dice. Well, there's a lot of feats here, for lack of a better word. I don't know that we're gonna look at all of these, obviously. But that is a neat way to kind of use exploding in a way that you don't traditionally think about using exploding. So we got a long list of perks here. Now, ultimately, at the end of the day, you only get like 4 of these or maybe 5 of these. So, like, am I really going to use this to take 2 item slots and then use this multiple times? I don't know. I feel like in some ways, maybe you don't get enough perks, but it's hard to say. There are a lot here. All right. So then we get into the gear. Again, this game uses inventory slots. We've got some starting packs, which the classes mentioned, just so you can quickly start off with something. Armor, light, medium, or heavy. How many slots it takes, what might you have to have in order to use it, and use it without a penalty, I should say. And then does it reduce your damage by 1, 2, or 3? Weapons have a pretty long list of techniques here. Brawling, brutal, cleaving, entangling, finessing, keen, long, near, range, shield thrown. Now, you don't get XP from gold, so why do we care about inventory? So let's take a step back. So Simon is bringing up a really important point. This is an example of, right, we threw the baby out with the bathwater. We threw the baby out, but we didn't throw the bathwater out. We kept the bathwater, but, we threw away the baby. The reason why D&D cares so much about encumbrance is because you needed, to get experience points, you needed to fill your packs with treasure and coins. In fact, D&D Basic gives your encumbrance limits in coins. In fact, the weight of things is listed in coins. Like it'll say, oh, this, rope weighs 100 coin, or something like that. And that's because treasure is how you leveled up. So you needed to know how much treasure can we get. It wasn't just a matter of getting it. You had to get it out of the dungeon and back to town. So how much treasure you could carry was a big deal. And of course, you wanted to fill your pack with food and torches and rations and all this other stuff. But then you got to this dilemma because now you have to carry treasure too. And, did you run out of stuff? Do you have enough stuff? Do you have to drop stuff? Oh, no, we found a bunch of silver or copper. Do we carry it? What about this really heavy statue? Do we know how much it's worth? Should we carry that instead? And if you watched our Torchbearer actual play, particularly the Saturday crew, which was only part of the Patreon, because the Sunday crew never really found treasure. Dum-dum. But the Saturday crew would frequently have discussions about, like, what do we drop? What are we carrying? Like, because, they only had so many inventory space, but they needed to carry treasure back because treasure was so important to the game. Well, this game does not. This game does give you 1 experience point if you loot something worth 50 coin, but it does say right here, coins don't count as items for the purposes of item slots. Loot to your heart's content. So coins don't even, not only are they not really as important as they would be in like a BX game. You still get experience points for 1 experience point for finding something that's 50 or more. Not per 50, just once. But the coins don't even take loot. So Since you can carry 8 plus your might, and I'm assuming that you're going to have at minimum maybe like a 2 might because you do need it for hit points. So, you know, you're going to probably have 10 to 11 slots minimum. And, you know, I guess it comes down to how important having, having a cauldron on your character is going to be. I don't know. It's hard to say. It's unclear to me. I'm always very wary of encumbrance things because a lot of times you do a lot of work and then you never bother checking it or using it ever again. I mean, I think we're all guilty of that, right? I don't know about you. Hands up. I'm guilty of this. A lot of my players are guilty of this. They will have a level 20 character who just got back from like crossing astral space to battle, you know, the dark god on the battlefields of Acheron, amongst the singing choir of Latin singing choir angels. And on their character sheet, they'll have, you know, God strike of the vengeance and, you know, holy wrath of Afshatar and all these powers. And then still on their character sheet in the upper left-hand corner will be like iron pot, bar of soap, glass jar, silk rope, you know, like the stuff that was on their character sheet from level 1 when they made their character. It never got used. They never got rid of it. It never mattered, but it's still on their character sheet 2 years later, even though they're fighting gods. Also, man, there's a lot of animals in this game. Look at this. We got, by the way, I was right about the cattle being like bison. Look, there we go. But we have camel, cat, cattle, bison, bull, cow, ox, dog, elephant, chicken, hen, chicken, rooster, duck. Man, why is the duck so much more expensive than the chicken, huh? Horses, draft, pony, riding, warhorse, mules, rabbits, rats, bag of rats, stabling, saddle, and tack. Is the implication here that I can ride a rat? Anyways, there's a lot of animals here. I want to know about this duck economy. Now it makes sense to me why the rooster is cheaper than the hen, because the hen can lay eggs, right? More animals than wildebeest. Okay, so we got more stuff here. We've got casual shirt, formal shirt, casual shoes, formal shirts, a skirt, a smock, a tunic, a vest, a scarf, a robe, a vestment, a belt, a boot, a caftan, a cape, a cloak, a cowl, a doublet, a dress, casual and formal, a frock, a girdle, a gloves, a legging, a mantle, casual pants, and formal pants. I'm going to be honest with you. He just got me here. I've been engaged in this hobby for a really long time. I don't know what a caftan is. I'm going to have to look it up. I don't actually know what a caftan is. It is a versatile, loose-fitting, ankle-length garment with wide sleeves from ancient Mesopotamia. Also known as a kaftan with a K, where it is known from North Africa. So is this very pulpy? I don't think so. Ooh, a can opener. Okay. An iron pot contrasted with your kettle. A single fruit, 10 copper. Beeswax versus sealing wax versus a cooking tripod. We're still going. All right. That was a lot of gear. That's like among the most gear I've ever seen in my life. Then here is our long list of alchemical stuff that the alchemist can make. This is only for the alchemist. I mean, I suppose, you could also buy these things or find these things. We've got poisons, acids, candles, oils, a lot of potions, healing potions, giant strength potions, speed potions, regeneration potions. We also have alchemical torches. I think alchemical candle is a cool idea. Okay. He may have been buying a caftan. I don't recall it. All right, spells create devastating and miraculous effects. You have to be holding a trinket and decide if you want to do damage, an effect, or both. If it's just the damage or just the effect, it's no mana. But basically, if you just wanted to do your cantrip, it's no mana. However, you can also increase the amount of damage it does by spending 1 point of mana for every d6 of additional damage that you want to do. And you can also increase the mana cost by adding +1 for every 5 feet to the radius. You can add to a cone. You can add to a cube. You can add to a line. You can add to all this stuff. So basically, every spell is kind of customizable on the fly. Which, again, I think a lot of people find very, very, very attractive. So, for example, I want to cast Burn, which is a generic spell, as a 15-foot radius sphere of flame with the effect and have it deal 3d6 damage and keep the effect active. So the base damage is 1d6. We're increasing it to 3d6, so that's 2 mana. We're adding 1 mana because we're doing the effect and the damage, so that's 3 mana. We're changing the sphere's area to 2 for a sphere, and then we're adding +1 per 5 foot to the radius. So we're going from a 5-foot sphere to a 10-foot sphere to a 15-foot sphere, so that's 4 mana. The duration is focus, but it will cost us 1 mana for each turn that we put out. So that's 7 mana, and then 1 additional mana each round that we have to focus for the effect if it targets an unwilling being. And we can also spend additional mana to deal damage. Now, is that cool? Yeah, is that fast and pulpy? I don't know. It feels very prone to analysis paralysis. It feels very prone to pixel bitching, square counting. What's going to do best here? A cone, a cube, a glyph? Should I do a line or a sphere? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, is it unplayable? No, of course not. It's totally fine, and also means that you can get away with a much smaller, casting spell, because your spell list is just basic effects, right? Which is really cool. So, it gets rid of a lot of the chaff in the book, which is awesome. The only problem is, it could slow down your game a little bit, for sure. But on the whole, having a very sort of generic effect list, and then using all those different things to customize it is a fundamentally very, very interesting and very, very cool idea, which I like. And by the way, we can see that each effect or each spell has a different effect. And again, you can either make it do damage or you can make it do the effect. But if you want to have them do both, then you have to start spending your limited mana. So, for example, you could cast Apoplexy on somebody, which does fire damage, and it just makes them berserk. If you want to do damage, that's fine. If you want it to make them berserk, that's fine. And if you want them to do it both, then you have to spend mana. If you want to start increasing the damage, then you have to start spending more mana. If you want, to keep this thing up, you're going to have to spend mana each round, etc., etc., etc. Now, some spells can't do damage. I'm guessing that's what the dash means. Like Blink can't do damage. Burn obviously can do damage. So some spells are better at doing damage, I guess, than others. In flesh, targeted non-relic fabric, stone, metal, or wood is turned to hair, tissue, or bone. Yikes. So again, I played Dragonlance 5th Age Saga Edition, and I don't know if there's like a really convenient. Yes, in flesh is indeed terrifying. Let's see if we can. Is there like a? I was looking to see if there's like a quick, convenient spell list. Well, in Dragonlance 5th Age, your character would know one of several schools of magic. You might know geomancy, control of the earth. You might know pyromancy, power over fire. You might know aeromancy, power over air. You might know summoning, right? The ability to teleport and summon stuff. So your magic school was sort of a generic idea. And then every time you cast a spell, you had to pick, how quickly you cast, the range, the duration, the damage or effect, and the number of targets, maybe. And, it was just cool because every spell was kind of bespoke. However, it did take time. And I will say that a lot of my players did end up kind of just using the same spells over and over again. So it kind of got better over time, even though it was technically, completely free. I think this is very interesting. I just don't know if it feels pulpy to me. But again, that's just totally an opinion-based thing. I don't know that there's any scientific way to say if something is pulpy or not. We also have magical items. I'm not going to get into magical items, but, we could see that the game has a very big list of magical items, including with GP values. And there's a bunch of cursed ones as well. And again, the items are hundreds, if not thousands, if not tens of thousands of gold. So big deal. We've got a bunch of items here as an example. And then we've got threat level, which is you use to determine the threat level, multiply its armor by 2 for A, divide its hit points by 10 to get B, divide its average damage per round by 6 for C, add A to B, divide that result by 4, and then add it to C to get the TL. Then round this up to the nearest decimal, such as 1.26 rounding up to 1.3, or 1.62 rounding down to 1.6. What did I just read? This is after saying don't sweat the details. God forbid you use the diagonal on a grid-based game, though. Now, to be fair, the Bestiary, I'm sure, calculates all of this in advance, but then this is a loose measure of the danger posed by a being. Due to the ever-evolving nature of combat and the risks of chance-based failure, it's essentially impossible to mathematically determine what makes an encounter perfect and balanced. As such, threat is just a vague idea. Also, encounter design isn't a perfect science, and the dice will always tell their own story. Don't let the dream of perfectly balanced combat drive you to anxiety in prep. Instead, try to make the fight an interesting and engaging one. a monster fought in a featureless white room is a significantly different encounter than one fight on the scale of a wine sheet. Now, note, they say here, this is only for GMs interested in showing you how the sausage is made. It's not required to run the game. Okay. Anyways, here is a long. There is a lot of creatures in here. Holy shit. This is a big bestiary. Respect. Now, the monster stat blocks are pretty short. But, you know, the animated armor is, you know, immune to stuff because it's artificial. And it does, you know, 3 points of damage or d6 damage. Now, again, this is 1 die of damage. So if you block this or parry this, or if you block this or dodge this, it's doing no damage, which is neat. Because, again, you have very low hit points at low levels. So if you get hit, you could easily be killed. I mean, you get level times your might. So if your character was level 1 and had a might of 3 or 4, your character would have 3 or 4 hit points. If this thing hit you with a d6 damage, it would kill you. And you're going to encounter 1d4 of them. Yeah, so we could talk a little bit about that, but we'll talk about that in a second. So the way that monsters worked in OSR games originally is monsters had hit dice the way that characters had their hit dice, right? Hit dice used to be the term meant how many dice you rolled for your hit points, not the 5e term, right? Which is a weird repurposing of an old term just to keep using D&D language, even though it means something completely different, which is why I completely hate them. They should be called recovery dice or healing dice or something, but they're called hit dice. Even though they're the opposite of being hit, they're hit points. Anyways, characters, right? Fighters got D10, clerics got D8s, thieves and wizards got D4s. Monsters rolled D8s. All monsters rolled D8s. And monsters had hit dice just like characters. So level 1 hit die creature was effectively a level 1 character. A 2 hit die creature was effectively a level 2 character. And so level 1 monsters were put on level 1 of the dungeon. Level 2 monsters were put on level 2 of the dungeon. And that's really what it comes down to. Now, some monsters would have asterisks or a double asterisk next to their name. And that basically meant they had powerful abilities or really powerful broken abilities. But it didn't actually change their hit dice calculation. So on level 4 of a dungeon, you might encounter a 4 hit die creature, or you might encounter a 4-star hit die creature, or you might encounter a 4-star hit die creature. And they were all 4 hit dice, and they were all level 4. It just meant that one of them was just like, you know, I don't know, like a bugbear. And the other one might have been a Medusa that could turn you all instantly to stone. But they were level 4 because they had 4 hit dice. It was just the game's way of saying, if you've ever played 13th Age, you know that the monsters have these things called nasty or specials, and it was kind of the similar idea. Anyways, this is a very comprehensive, very long, very involved bestiary book. Not a lot of art here. It's mostly just 2-column scrolling text, although there are some spot pieces, which isn't bad. I will say that most of the things here just do 4 damage or 3 damage, you know, or 7 damage. I mean, it's a jet of magma, but it's just damage. It sets you on fire and is damage. Some of them have some, there's some definitely creatures that have a little bit more going on to them, of course. Like the Necrophidius can use the Dance of Death, which could potentially daze people. The Pothead is a living pot. Okay. The Stone Colossus has laser beams. Frickin' laser beams. But we can see here that it has, double damage to structures. It cannot be transformed. And it self-destructs when you blow it up. We've got beasts aplenty. We've got badgers. We've got apes. We've got bats. We've got giant bats. We've got bears and bees and beetles and boars. Cats and chickens and crabs and crayfish and deer and cattle and dogs and hawks and hippopotamuses and elephants and behemoth hippopotamuses and draft horses and lizard dracos and giant mantises and mastodons and owls and pterodons and rabbits and rats and megalodons and snakes and snakes and snakes and spiders and spiders and spiders and spiders and spiders and spiders, T-Rex, velociraptor, wolf, weasel, blue whale. Fuck yeah. 67 hit points, bruh. 39 damage. Karoosh. Now, he's rolling 6d12. What's interesting is, since the way that dodge works, you would always have to roll this, right? You couldn't just take average damage. You'd have to roll this, right? Because if the character dodges, it only reduces the highest, it gets rid of the highest die, right? So if I roll 6d12 and I roll like a 12, 9, 6, 3, 3, 2, you could block the 12, but you can't block the rest. So you would always have to roll. Note the blue whale can hold its breath for up to 2 hours. How do you block a whale? Better question is, how do you fight a whale? Apparently you can, because, you know, it's got 67 hit points. By the way, killer whale, rough. Now, obviously not as tough, but appearing D6. Yikes. So then we've got cryptid monsters. If it has hit points, it can die. Here's where we got our Ankhegs and Basilisks. So now we're getting, you know, because like beasts are just, you know, normal creatures, you know. But here we have, you know, Ankhegs, which have an acid spray, and we have the Basilisk, which has its stony glare. Now, there's a little bit of like, you know, a little bit of not cheesiness. There's a little bit of like modern day snowflake protection here. Like if the Basilisk turns you to stone, it lasts until the Basilisk dies, and then you're unturned to stone. Which is like, okay. Duck, dodge, duck, dive, and dodge. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. Do I have to drink my urine? No, but it's sterile, and I enjoy the taste. What is the durability of the stone I'm turning into? Can we please cross-reference that? We'd have to definitely go back here. So it depends on what kind of stone I just got turned into. Notice I got this thing on lockdown. I mean, traditionally, we're going to be medium stone, so we're going to have 2 points of armor. I'm a medium creature, so I have 4 hit points. So if you could do 4 hit points to me of damage through my armor of 2. And remember, stone is weak to blunt. So if I have blunt, you know. Now, maybe it's a denser stone. Maybe it's more of a granite, you know, something with marzenite or quartz. You know, maybe we could argue that we should get the 3 armor, you know. I could make that. Rulings over rules, right? Fruitful void. Don't tell me how hard my stone is, okay? I could be as hard as my stone wants to be. Cool art. I like black and white art. I just love black and white art. It looks so good. And let's take a look at the skeleton. It's a cool Death Knight. All right, here we go. Skeleton. All right. It's a midliner with only 1 hit die, 4 hit points. Armor's 1. Morale is 12 because it's undead, so it's basically immune to everything. It is immune to piercing weapons. It is immune to slashing weapons. Straight up immune. It's immune to poison. It is weak, however, to silvered weapons and blunt weapons. It cannot be affected by fatigue, sick, suffocating, or unconscious. It does damage 3 or by weapon. And it cannot move or target over lines of salt or in areas illuminated by sunlight. It becomes incapacitated and burning while in sunlight. So that's cool. I mean, that just straight up cannot be damaged by slashing and piercing weapons. Not some half nonsense or something like that. I don't think this game has resistance. I think things are either weak to it or immune to it. I think, if I remember correctly from the damage expression. Anything is better than immunity from draw steel, which is exactly not immunity. Yeah, I like that the undead have this kind of like, pseudo thing here. How much inventory? You laugh, Simon, but a lot of my in Torchbearer, people were rocking a lot of salt because they were so desperate and they were so like I don't know how to describe it. They were so fucked. But at one point they encountered undead, and Boothby, who was the Theurge, did his like call upon holy divine radiance, which castigates undead and turns them into burnt pillars of salt. And he did that, and then everyone's like, salt? And they're like, can we loot it? And I'm like, sure. So I had to make like pixel art for piles of undead salt, and everybody looted it because they're like, you never know when this could come in useful. And at one point, I think the halfling used it to salt a meal to get a bonus gear die, or to use his needs a little salt wise in order to apply it to something. I don't remember what it was, but it did come out. It turned out to be useful. We'll say that. I don't remember what the name of it was called. You make me look it up. Scholar's Guide. Dungeoneer's Guide, I think is what it's from. Yeah, I don't. By the way, this is just a thing for all of you people who might be making games someday. When you make a game and you sell a PDF, please do not sell your game, your PDF. Don't name your PDF, TB _ PG _ 2E _ R68 _ V2. I'm looking at you, Paizo. I don't know if they still do that. PZE 0618. Fuck you, Paizo. Just call it what it is. I hate that. I don't remember what the name of the frickin' Torchbearer thing was. I name all my PDFs. I hate Derek version 3A. See, useless, because how am I supposed to know what that means? All right. Here's a zombie. Again, but you can see here that fundamentally, I mean, a zombie just does damage, right? A skeleton just does damage. I'm not saying that that's like a deal breaker. I'm just saying it doesn't really do much else. It's just kind of a bag of hit points. I mean, I guess zombies are always kind of like that, but I don't know. Like the 4th edition zombie was really interesting, but then again, the 4th edition zombie was a lot more complex because it had more rules and, it was more of a tactical game. So I guess there's that. And then lastly, we've kind of got a quest section, which helps you run and build hooks for adventures. It talks about the 5-room dungeon structure, rumors, traveling, creating a crawl, a cool table for creating a dungeon with a key rule, a random loot table, an example of a quest using a procedurally generated co-op crawl for levels 1 to 4 heroes. So this is literally to play as a solo character. It kind of generates a procedural dungeon. And then there's some guidelines. We've got rulings over rules. Specific beats general, work together, Nothing is canon. There's no adversarialness. There's no winning. Yes, and forward design, player choice, and Turstick. Turdstick. Coined by Curis Triant monk Honkala. Turdstick is short for the rules don't say I can't. In short, it's when the rules aren't being interpreted for what is written, but rather what isn't written. There are an infinite number of things the rules don't say you can do. It's against the spirit of the game to assume that the text not accounting for them means misinterpreting them. In general, round down, and if you don't know the order of operations, well, you have a bigger problem than that. And then we get PBTA language randomly at the end of the question. Ask questions, build on the answers. No takesies, baskies, clear communications. Don't get attached to your enemies. Don't over prep. Talk to the PCs, not the players. Never say them by their names or whatever that thing is. On railroading, this isn't Zelda. The boss key is a great bottleneck for video game dungeons that can anticipate the sequence you will progress down to beat it. However, the beauty of tabletop role-playing games is the infinite choices. Even though they had one of their two systems be a milestone destiny-based XP system, which very clearly specified that you were going to do X and then do Y and then do Z. Yada, yada, yada. Compatibility. There are many BX-derived tabletop role-playing game supplements which are system agnostic, and here is a big list of ones that would work well, or at least work mostly well, with Vagabond. Shout out Flick Silverpin's Guide to Dragontown and The Darkness Below by J.P. Couvert. Shout out Into the World Wide. I have that one as well. Basically, this is a long list of all of the new SR type books that I'm guessing he owns, or his friends do. Just kidding. Some conversions from old school stuff. Vagabond discourages instant death mechanics that can spring up on heroes without warning, which is interesting because your character might have like 3 or 4 hit points, and if you take 3 or 4 damage, you die. So you kind of do have instant death, but I digress. Here's more conversion types, more conversion. Here's a list of all the awesome backers who made this game a reality. Oh, I can only dream someday. And then here's the character sheet, which I did feel was a little bit, milestone-y. Well, that is true, Cinnabos. But which is, in my opinion, the worst form of milestone, which is what you're talking about, which is where you just kind of do it when it feels right. However, in this particular instance of this game, I'm only referring to the game, the GM may alternatively create a path for leveling called a destiny. A destiny is 9 milestones that mark major progressions in the story. And this is an example of a destiny. So it seems like the idea is that you're building it out beforehand. You create a path for leveling beforehand. So, I mean, I'm not saying that you couldn't just do what you're just doing anyway, like, when it feels right, level up. But the example given seems to indicate some sort of, kind of railroad type thing. Like you have to defeat the rampaging T-Rex as the next part in your destiny, aka the next part in the milestone for the heroes to level up. So what to think? Well, I'm gonna limit. What is this game about? So this game is about the game says it's about pulp action adventure. It talks about being inspired by some classic sources of pulp action, Boris Vallejo covers. It has mechanics. It has a philosophy that seems to align with that aesthetic. But there are a number of rules in this rule book which do feel somewhat out of place. There also seems to be a little bit of ambivalence, or sort of, flip-floppiness. in some places where, it's just like, well, it could be A, it could be B. I'll just, put both of them in there and say, pick the one that you like. So there's a little bit of ambivalence there. Kind of equivocating in that respect. It's a very complete game. I was surprised at how fun the classes seemed. Very detailed for only being one page. A lot of class detail. A lot of monsters. Again, the monsters are pretty simple. They're pretty basic. A lot of them are just kind of, it does some damage. It has hit points. Maybe one special ability. But again, the game is supposed to be kind of short and punchy and pulpy. That being said, it sometimes feels like it's very like hand wavy, and other times it's very specific. So I think there's a little bit, for me, it does feel like there's a little bit of tonal mismatch in some of the mechanics. I liked almost all of the mechanics that we saw. I don't know that I need, what was it, like 3.5 pages of like clothing items that my character might wear. Again, in the Conan Barbarian Eric of Melnibone game, not sure. So there were some tonal things that jumped out. Maybe so I liked most of the mechanics. There were some really neat little fun snippets in there. That reaction roll, I don't know why I never thought to do reaction rolls like he suggested. I thought that was great advice. I love that idea of that one perk that you could take that makes your exploding dice, or makes your healing dice explode on the ones, and it's called like assured healing or something. I thought that's just a really fun way, very tactile way to make a healer feel better about, having a shitty roll and actually getting to roll more dice because you rolled a shitty roll. And because they're exploding on ones, even if your shittier reroll is shitty, you can still get to roll more dice, which is cool. Way better than a reroll, by the way. But yeah, I don't know. It doesn't have the singular focus or clarity that some of the other games have, like Mythic Bastionland. And it doesn't seem to have the leanness that like a Shadow Dark has. So, from that perspective, I don't know that I mechanically feel like it really, for me, delivers as strongly as I want to. Now, the rewarding system, ignoring the milestone thing, I like. I mean, it's a basic... what are the 5 things? These are the 5 things that the game cares about. Doing quests, getting in over your head, being challenged by the things that you're doing, getting into trouble, getting hindered, finding cool, finding loot, finding lucre. You get experience for that, you level up. So that's a cool reward system. It's a 10 level system. I will say, like a lot of OSR games and stuff, when you level up, the leveling up is really boring. You get something that's not really particularly fun or interesting. It's like, what did I get for leveling up? +1 to hit. What did I get for leveling up? +2 hit points. What did I get for leveling up? +1 to AC. It's just a very small, minor tweak to your character. Now, if you're going to do a modern level-based, class-based progression, I do like there to be some mechanical, to the progression. I think that's fun. I think that is something to look forward to. And I think this game delivers. And I think those classes, there's a lot of juice for the squeeze. I don't think they're particularly deep classes or anything, but for the amount of text on the page, it feels like it's particularly deep. Nice long list of perks, huge bestiary, decent GM advice scattered throughout. Other than that, it's kind of a basic, like, D20 roll under, but now it's roll over system, but also the players roll the dice. So it's kind of like Shadow of the Demon Bane, because instead of rolling 2d20 or take low or take high like you would with Dragon Bane or Inspiration from 5e or disadvantage or advantage from 5e, instead you roll d6 bonus dice or penalty dice like you would in Shadow of the Demon Lord. Would it mega game? I mean, yes, because it's just a pretty basic game, but it would have a lot of the problems that a lot of games have, where if you're using XP for leveling, people might get ahead of other people. And because of the massive difference in hit points and how much damage the creatures do, I think that could be a really significant thing. Although the math doesn't seem to like burr uncontrollably. So there is that. Although keep in mind, every 2 levels you get to raise a stat by 1, so you do, you burr a little bit, but you don't burr a lot. And then, does it deed? No, I don't think so. Not really. Yeah, Wes. I mean, that's what we do in Pathfinder 2nd Edition or Northern Reaches, right? We just milestone every 3 weeks. I mean, it's not like it particularly fits well. I mean, to be clear, that is a Band-Aid fix that we decided to do for Northern Reaches because it was the best option out of a bunch of bad options. So, no real other choice. Yeah, I mean, it's a cool book. It's thick. It's 200 pages. There's a lot of stuff here. It's kind of a mishmash of a bunch of kind of, old school and old OSR / actual old school games and some new school, NSR, new SR, whatever they call it now, new school residents. It kind of feels like a, greatest hits combination of various mechanics from games that the author liked. It doesn't go, too far into the weird or wacky like I thought it was going to. The game seemed to say it's like it'll get super weird. No, nothing about this seems super weird to me, Take care of the 201. So it seemed pretty like if a fantasy heartbreaker means like trying to be D&D, like then we need a term that's just sort of like kind of another, generic OSR, new SR type game. And to be clear, I mean, Shadowdark is like one of the top selling games, and it's kind of pretty generically just a generic new SR game. It's OSR game, it's 5e with most of the serial numbers scraped off of it, but you slap black and white art on it, give it a cool like grim vibe and talk about rulings over rules, and suddenly your game is OSR. I guess that's the step 1, convert to black and white. Step 2, mention rulings over rules. Step 3, OSR profit. Like, I guess that's the progression. But I do see like the influence from some of the free leagues and stuff like that. So yeah, Stone of Flesh is from first edition AD&D. For sure. For sure. In fact, do I have that comic book? No, I don't think I do. There used to be this AD&D comic book, and I remember it was set in the Forgotten Realms. It was like published by Marvel, and I remember, the main villain. There was like a lieutenant that failed him, and he was like stone to flesh, or flesh to stone, rock to mud, and then the creature turned into, and then he was like, whatever, I can't remember what the term is. He went flesh to stone, rock to mud, stone to flesh, and basically this like the creature basically just melted into a pile of mud and then turned back into a bunch of liquefied organs. And he turned to like his other lieutenant, and he was like, "Remember, you could be replaced just as easily," and something like that. I mean, people are playing Shadowdark is definitely selling much better than the other games. I mean, there's something to be said about that. Now, why and how, that is to be debated. I don't know that anybody really truly knows. I mean, I could argue that the reason that Shadowdark is selling really well is because it's the game that's probably the closest to 5th edition. And in some ways, it's also the leanest, and one of the most sleekest versions. It really does not have a lot of moving parts to it. It is pretty basic, You think being able to change the targeting quotients of a spell is what makes it feel weird? Like, I don't think that I was able to turn my fire spell into a line of fire instead of a cone of fire. Is definitely not like when I think weird pulp fantasy, that is definitely not what I'm thinking of. So Roll for Combat says that's the secret. Simple games sell. And I mean, in many ways, Shadow Dark is about, in some ways, it's about as simple as it can get without being like overly simple, right? Oh, I mean, there's so many other factors. I mean, it came out when OGL, she had to scramble because she wasn't sure if she was going to be able to publish under the OGL because she was literally just working on it and was happening to release it. And then the OGL drama happened and it just happened to drop right as everybody else was like, on this fuck Watsy motion, and, she had built up this real loyal following and now she was doing something that wasn't 5e. And, people I think were trying to move away from the sort of, at that point, 2024 wasn't really a thing yet, and people were like kind of sick of D&D, but they're also sick of WotC, and it just, and she had the ins for with the old school crowd, but also it somehow felt new school at the same time. So, and there was just luck involved as well. And then once people start playing your game, now when you go to a convention or maybe your local game store and you see those games actually being played, it makes you way more likely that you're going to pick it up and that you're going to play it than, say, in any other situation. So, there's a lot of moving factors to making a successful game for sure. There's also something to be said about the fact that she's a female designer in a still fairly heavily male influenced design space. She obviously represents the LGBT community. She's also just a genuinely incredibly nice person. She just had everybody in her corner, and so had a ton of content creator support and publisher support, and she's just also just fucking smart. So she just had a lot, and she had these chops, right? Because she's originally from Wisconsin, and she grew up playing as a kid, grew up playing D&D with the people who, learned at the the apron strings of Gary Gygax. So she has this kind of like, almost this like authority, there's like an Aragorn level. See, one of the things about Lord of the Rings that you have to remember is that Aragorn is descendant from Isildur. So he had kinship and claim over the kingdom of Arnor, but not over the kingdom of Gondor. So his right to rule Gondor was actually not really a thing, right? The act of Aragorn becoming king of Gondor was more about them accepting him as the heir. He wasn't actually the rightful heir of Gondor. Technically, he was the rightful heir of Arnor, and that kingdom, the Northern Kingdom, had fallen a long time ago. That's where the Shire is and stuff. And that's why his people continued to roam and protect that land as the Rangers, because basically their kingdom had fallen, but they still felt indebted to protecting it. But Gondor was through his brother, was through an Aryan. So yes, like he had a claim to the throne of Gondor because through his brother and his father, through his lineage. But yes, there you go. See, there you go. The Gondorian line had ended, but through his distant relations to the Gondorian line, it put him as the heir of both. But he wasn't like he was the unbroken descendant of the kings of Arnor. Like that was undisputed. But his right to be the Gondorian king was not as not as clear cut as the movies make it seem like he is. And that's why a big part of it was just like him sort of proving to the Gondorian people, and the Gondorian people in a way sort of choosing him and accepting him to be the king of the reunited kingdoms, thus uniting the line of Isildur and Anarion through Elendil, which was the last great high king who ruled over both kingdoms, which ironically was also the first and only high king. Because in case you don't remember, Elendil dies fighting Sauron. His son had also died earlier in the siege fighting Sauron. And then Isildur lives and then gets killed a year or two later. And so at that point, you know, shit's starting to get fucked up. Anyways, fun fact. No, I'm just kidding. I was gonna start talking about the Quenya name etymology of Isildur and Anarion, but I won't. Instead, I'll say Vagabond. There's a lot to like here. If you're looking for something that kind of mixes old and new, it still has a lot of the same kind of crunchy elements that I think some people might like look at Shadowdark and say there's just not enough meat on the bones. It's a little sparse. It's obviously not as deep as like a 5e or, you know, a Shadow of the Demon Lord or a Shadow of the Weird Wizard. So it's kind of this in between, you know, it's not crunchy. It's not soft. Someone said it's chewy. You know, maybe that's a great way to describe it. I think that there's a place for games that kind of split the difference. And this game does feel in many ways that it is splitting the difference. Now that was one particular area that we did call out, because when I talk about more meat on the bones, I mean, you know, having perks or feats. You know, Shadowdark doesn't really have those. Having what I'll call cool class features. Shadowdark doesn't really have those. I mean, if you've looked at the Shadowdark random tables for when you level up, it's pretty bare bones of Spartans. It's like you get a +1 to cast a spell, you get a +1 to your AC, you know? And it's pretty basic. So these classes in Vagabond are way cooler to me than the classes in Shadowdark. Full transparency, full stop. You know, the spell system, really interesting, really great. I love not having hundreds and hundreds of useless spells. Instead, it's like, hey, here's like 30, 35 spells, and here's a very robust mana system, so you can kind of tweak them and change them to turn them from everything from a burning hand spell to a wall of fire to a fireball. Cool, but does that feel pulpy? Again, I liked a lot of the mechanics in the game. I just don't know that they felt pulpy and quick and freewheeling and Conan the Barbarian to me. I don't know that felt weird and pulpy to me. So yeah. So I do think it has some unnecessarily fiddly bits, as Pumpkin said here, which I think I agree with. Also, to be clear, with Pumpkin Spice, you have to remember that it is inextricably tied to the artist, who was the principal and, as far as I can tell, only designer of the art game. And they had 500,000 Instagram followers. So if even a small percentage of the 500,000, right, if even a couple tenths of a % of their followers were like, hey, I love your art. I can't believe you're making a role-playing game, or I can't believe that they asked you to make the art for a role-playing game. I'm going to buy your book because I love you and I love your art. That could easily be thousands of backers. So of the 6,000 backers or whatever that it got, you know, maybe half of those people aren't really even role players. They might just be buying it for the art. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. That's awesome. That's cool. But let's call it what it is. It's like with Avatar. Do you think Avatar Legends did 15 million because people were super excited about, you know, emo kid elemental Avatar, you know, not even, because it's not even an Avatar. You can't even be an Avatar. Mark Diaz-Truman gave a great speech at Gamma about how when they were like talking about having to like jump through the hoops with their, with the licensing, and they were talking about like they made the thing, and then the one person's like, well, we want to put the Avatar in there in like the quick start, and like the Magpie guys were like, well, nobody actually is the Avatar in the game, and they're like, what? They're like, well, yeah, there's no actual Avatar. That would be broken from a role-playing game. Like they didn't even understand what a role-playing game was. Like the people who, you know, wrote Avatar, no idea what Mark, whatever his name was, their names are escaping me, but right, that's why when we played, right, Roll for Combat had to be the Budgetar, right? He was like the discount Avatar that they were calling upon while the Avatar was in the middle of a rebirth cycle. But you know, Avatar was bought by people who, number one, loved Avatar, and they just want more things that are Avatar, and they buy everything Avatar. So that was a big portion of that. I'm going to go out on a limb and say Cosmere did not sell so well because people were like, oh my God, these mechanics, I can't believe it. This extra die that you roll sometimes, it just changes everything. No, they bought it because it said Brandon Sanderson and it said Cosmere and it said Stormlight Archives on it. That's why they bought it. So, you know, I fandom sells, right? So don't take that. Don't underestimate that for pumpkin spice, right? Okay, cool. Well, that is gonna do it for me and for Vagabond, which is very cool. Well, I don't know, because they shit the bed so badly with that Spider-Man set, so it's hard to say. But it is the case that the Final Fantasy set was the best. I think it's the best selling set of all time. And it obviously it turned out to be an amazing set in terms of draftability. And the tonal nature of Final Fantasy is much more aligned with the tonal nature of Magic the Gathering than, say, the tonal nature of Spider-Man is with the tonal nature of Magic the Gathering. So that's just a better fit anyways. But to be clear, the Spider-Man set just sucked, period, mechanically, whereas the Final Fantasy set delivered. But it cannot be understated that the reason why that stuff sold so well is because people are huge Final Fantasy fans, and a lot of people were picking up the boosters and the collector's boosters because they thought it was cool to see some of their favorite Final Fantasy cards and art and alternative art and foils or whatever in Magic the Gathering form. They probably know what Magic the Cards is. And Evan brings up another excellent point, which is because of the shitty, unbelievably bad licensing deal that they had with Marvel, you couldn't even play Spider-Man online. It was the same mechanics, but different cards, because they didn't have the right to do a digital card game for Spider-Man, which presumably is also going to be the case for the upcoming Marvel set as well. Anyways, and I'm a Marvel fan, and I thought this set was shit, So yeah, Through the Omen Paths is what it was called. It wasn't called Spider-Man; it was called Through the Omen Paths, and everything was still a legendary teenage spider hero was like the character's type, but it couldn't be Peter Parker. It had to be Udemy of the Silk Shoots, and it was all like this super discount, super rip-off sounding, bad art, bad flavor. Just it was so shitty. It was so bad. So anyways, yeah. But I don't like, full stop. I mean, I don't play Magic anymore, really. I mean, I draft it occasionally, and I don't really play it online. Full stop. I don't really care. But I don't like Universes Beyond. But I will freely admit, I thought Final Fantasy VII was cool, and I thought it was well done. I thought Avatar was cool, and I thought it was fairly well done. I don't know if it was great. I thought the original, the Universes Beyond set that really kind of started to make inroads, because there had been Universes Beyond before, but they were always like super special editions, only for Commander and stuff. But the Lord of the Rings set was pretty awesome. And it wasn't standard legal, it was modern legal, but it was still obviously a big impact to a lot of different formats. But it was done so well, and it was a really fun set to draft. And next year they're coming out with the Hobbit set, so we'll see how that goes. Hopefully it's more like the book and less like the movie, or less like the 8 movies. Yeah, I mean, I have a foil David Peterson, Mabel, Heir to Cragflame card, which I wasn't even playing that. I mean, I played the set, but I thought that was going to be my set, and I just was so bad at it. It was crazy. I just was terrible. But I did manage to get a foil David Peterson, or whatever it is, the David Peterson treatment of Mabel, Heir to Cragflames, which is crazy. Professor does rant a lot about Universes Beyond. You know how far that guy has come? I remember watching Tolarian Academy when all he used to do is talk about deck sleeves and deck boxes. That was like his whole channel. And now look at him. He's got this whole empire of Magic the Gathering. It's wild how far he's come. But Oh yeah, I mean, Green White was so much better than everything else. It wasn't even funny, and the set was terrible. It wasn't even made to be drafted by regular human beings. It was terrible. It was a horrible set. Somebody earlier, this is the end. So for people who did it, I think Beowulf asked what makes StarCraft so good. I think I'll do a video. I'll do a special video about the StarCraft miniatures game, and I'll see if I could figure out, because we talk a lot about design and designing in the KLC Discord. And by the way, if you're not a member of our Patreon, why aren't you a member of our Patreon? Just join. Join $5 a month. I'm telling you, it's worth it. I'm not even saying that as the person who gets your $5. I'm saying that it's just a person who believes that if you're here and you like this kind of content, I'm telling you, I think you'll find it worth your while. You'll probably find at least 1 or 2 games that you might be able to get into. But also the conversations are just going to be, better than any conversations you've ever had on the internet ever, if you're into serious role-playing games. And you're going to find a bunch of people who aren't like, Echo Chamber, super PF2 pilled, super 5e pilled, super Call of Cthulhu pilled. People here play a lot of different games, right? We're all very polygamerous, right? We like to swing between our games. We're attracted to all sorts of different types of games. We don't like, we're attracted to the wine, not the label. But yeah, so it's a good place to be. And if that conversation's making you, uncomfortable, we also talk about Monster Hearts a lot. So, but yeah, come be polygamerous with us. It'd be fun times. Maybe somebody other than Lollipop will answer my Lancer design question. Yeah. So, and quite frankly, if you enjoy this channel and you like watching these VODs, and I'm usually putting up 20 plus hours of content a week. And the reason I'm able to do that for the most part is because of the incredible support of all of these amazing patrons who, throw their $5, $10, $50, $100. And to be clear, you're not really, if you're paying more, it's out of the goodness of your heart and because you want to support this channel, this content, and the kind of content that I make. So long form games like Vagabond, which, I'm not saying small because Indestructible Boy is got a pretty decent little following there. But I like being able to talk about Vagabond instead of talking about the new Ravenloft set or whatever from D&D 5.5. Because that just doesn't interest me as much. And I'd much rather look at somebody else's design like Vagabond and see the cool interfaces and see places where, maybe there's a improvement to be made, or maybe there's something we could learn from, or maybe there's just a crazy great thing that changes the way I'm going to play basically old school / basic D&D from here on out. And, if I can even get a handful of those changes and updates to the way I'm playing, or maybe, just maybe, you might find that brand new game that you've been looking for, and that, it could be the game for you and your group, So that'll be a lot of fun. So tomorrow is Wednesday. There's going to be a Roll for Combat stream. I don't think I'm on it because I think Tundalus is on it, which is great, and which is good because I have an early racquetball game. So it actually probably works out for the best. And then I may or may not be having some secret rendezvous meetings with some authors to discuss plans. Oh, no, you're right. I'm sorry. Tundalus is Thursday. Sorry. Evan from Nimble is going to be on Roll for Combat tomorrow. Tundalus from Trespasser is going to be on Thursday. He's not our stream. He's going to be doing his own stream on Thursday. And, I don't want to shit on it. I mean, I could join. Just be aware that I have to leave a little. I have no problem joining. I just be aware that I have to leave a little early. That's all. I originally assumed I was going to be on, and then Evan told me that he was on, and I went, "Oh, okay. Well, I don't want to presume, and I don't want to take away from Evan's thunder. Four's a crowd, but you let me know. But anyways, that's so Thursday. Normally we stream, but part of me is kind of like I kind of want to tell you guys to go watch Tundalus because he's going to stream at 7 p.m., which is the time we stream. So maybe we could do that instead. And then it's the weekend, and then next week I'm off to GaryCon with with this man, the myth, the legend, the great Glickster. And we're going to be Gary Conning it up. So if you find yourself in the sticks of Wisconsin and you want to come to where it all started, Lake Geneva, you can come hang out and see us. It's my first Gary Con. I'm really excited about it. Unfortunately, there is some, due to some family stuff, some of my plans have changed, and I'm going to Gary Con a little later than I expected, which is disappointing. But I'm still going to get to go, and I think it'll be fun. We're right next to the Free League booth, which will be great. Those are a great group of people. And also at Gamma, I asked them if they had replacement dice, because I bought one ring dice, but they were like the old one ring dice that had the printing error on them and had the 11s on the D12s, which they're not supposed to have. And I was like, can I get some new dice? Because I bought like the jank ones, and they were like, yeah. They're like, oh, we don't have any. They're like, don't worry. We'll have some at Gary Con. And I went, all right. So I'm going to get my jank dice replaced. So I'm going to bring my jank dice and say, like, here you go. Fair exchange. Here's your misprinted dice. Give me the corrected versions. And then after that, I'm doing my annual March Madness trip to Vegas. Literally March Madness trip. We used to do it for March Madness. Now we just do it during March Madness. I mean, we still do it, but like it used to be to bet all the games, but now you can just bet them on your phone. Not that I do, but I still bet them in person. So it's fun. And then I have a couple months before Origins and NightCon Session 0. So a lot of planning to do in between there. And during that time period, we're going to try to, I don't know, design a game, pirates, launch a mega game or 5, launch an actual play or 2, and keep talking about our favorite role-playing games and new role-playing games, and learn and grow together and try as much as we can to just stay true to ourselves, stay true to each other, and try to, persevere through these really terrible, horrible times that we are going through right now. So again, to all the folks out there who may be affected by the current military actions of the United States, if you've got loved ones, friends, family, or whatever who are serving overseas, you certainly you have my sympathy, and I hope all the best, and I hope your loved ones return home to you soon. And that's all I think any of us can hope for. In the meantime, sounds like I'll maybe be seeing you guys tomorrow on Roll for Combat, and then as for Thursday, we'll figure it out. But again, I want Tundalis to have his. I want to watch Tundalis' stream. I want to see what the future of Trespasser is. So we'll find out. We'll figure it out for Thursday. I'll figure it out with the patrons. We'll figure it out. Otherwise, I will see you next time on Knights of Last Call. Good night, everybody. Peace out.